Welcome to day 2 of the National Ploughing Championships and the World Ploughing Contest here in Ratheniska in County Laois. If you can believe it, the weather gods have shone upon us again today, and the crowd seem to be even bigger for what is traditionally one of the busiest days of the ploughing contest. Over the next 4 hours on Agriland, we'll bring you live panel discussions, interviews from out and about on the site on everything from dairy to sustainability, environment, climate and tillage, you name it. So stay tuned.
Right, it is day 2 here at the National Ploughing Championships in County Laois. We're down in the local enterprise office with Michael Egan of Megafab. Michael, this is a very interesting device. Can you tell me more about the Tipsy Bin?
I can, of course, yeah. This is designed to transport the animal feed safely and make life easier for the farmer. The idea came about when I was out on the family farm, and I was helping my brother, and we were going fencing. Before we went out, he said we'd throw a few nuts to the bullocks here. And I said, no bother. So he was reaching into the bin and he was basically cursing the bin. I said, what's wrong with the bin? He said, you can't reach the last of the nuts that's in when the bin is nearly empty. So I just got one of those light bulb moments and I said, I'm going to fix this problem. And I came up with the idea of the Tipsy Bin. So you fill the bin with 700 kgs of a nut. You start unloading it here from the high side. When you take the weight out, 20 or 30 buckets of nuts out of it, the weight will transfer and the bin will tip over there like that for you. And that lowers down the entry point to 2 foot.
So you can go in there.
And he gives you a nice flat area for working off inside here. So it makes it very easy to feed the cattle from it.
Absolutely, I know myself the pain of feeding cattle when you get into the bottom of the bin.
Yes.
It's a very simple idea. But was there much development in getting it made?
Oh, there was, in fairness. I suppose we looked at other products that were there, decided where the weaknesses were, decided we'd fix those. So we have it, so it's very easy to transport it with a bale handler or with the pallet forks, whatever. So once we had the final design in place, we had to go about getting the tooling manufactured. And it's an expensive process, so you have to make sure everything is right. We did our market research as well, discovered there's 130,000 farmers in Ireland. The average age is 57 and getting older. So this type of product really comes into its own as people lose their agility or whatever. It makes it easy for them to continue farming,
That's a very interesting point, obviously the age of farmers now. It is quite a safe thing for the farm, and Baxter especially, it should help farmers just ease of access a bit more. Will that be the case?
That's exactly what we're trying to help. People with bad backs, people who are small in stature. It just makes life so much easier. Because as you start to empty the bin, the meal flows towards you, and you can continue to empty the bin until it's completely empty.
So if I want to go out and buy one of these, what's the cost involved?
At the moment, the cost is €370, including VAT, delivered into your yard. We sell directly to the farmer, to the customer. I say at the moment because we're kind of waiting on what's going to happen next week in the budget. If we get some help as regards energy costs, then we can hold that price. If not, we're going to have to increase it, unfortunately. So it's the way things are. And
what has the market interest been like for Tipsy Bin for Irish farmers?
Oh, unbelievable. We launched just prior to COVID, and it has been unbelievable. We have thousands of bins sold in every corner of Ireland, north and south. Fantastic interest. COVID actually helped us because I think the farmers at home on the phone watching YouTube with Adrian Morris, I Farm, We Farm, he was a big help to us in getting the bin launched and getting people aware of it,
And what's the future hold for Tipsy Bin?
I suppose we are constantly developing new products. Megafab is our company name. Tipsy Bin is our first product. We have other ideas. It's a matter of getting the money together and the time and the energy to get other products developed. But we hope to continue the trend of helping the Irish farmer and bringing new products to him.
No, it's a fantastic innovation, so simple but so effective. So Michael, thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you.
Perfect, I hope you have a good week.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Perfect.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the ploughing site at Ratheniska in County Laois, where we continue our live discussions on stage. I'm joined now by Joe Patton, the Head of Dairy Knowledge Transfer with Teagasc, Mark Collins, a dairy farmer from Tipperary, and of course our own dairy specialist, Brian McDonough. We're going around the theme, I suppose, Joe, today on our live stream of environment sustainability, something that's very important in agriculture and particularly in dairy at the moment and going forward for the next 7 years and so on, up until 2050, where we have the latest guidelines too. What I will say, and what I will ask you now, Joe, is in terms of the emissions reductions that have to be made by agriculture, the marginal abatement cost curve, so that's the MAC curve, which Teagasc use as its pathway to get farmers to reduce emissions and so on. I suppose that can only bring them so far. What more now needs to be done by farmers?
Okay, Stella, yeah, certainly the MAC has been a good and a very useful tool to outline the point to this point. I think the technologies need up to this point. I think before we talk about where we have to go in the future, though, I think it is important to say that within the MAC itself, there are assumptions around the level of adoption of technologies, and it's important that farmers and the industry as a whole doesn't spend the next year or two waiting around for the new technologies that are being researched now in order to implement what we know already. And I think we've said that consistently in the past, that it is important that while it's tempting in a way to sit waiting to see what next is coming, what's coming next, there are a lot of things we need to be doing now, and they're well versed at this stage, and I'm sure you've heard them all before in terms of fertilizer type, clover, etc., etc. Okay, now where do we go after that is the big question. I suppose that's where your question is. Look, there's and our own director has outlined that in our own policy and our own strategy documents over the last year. There is a huge amount of work ongoing in Teagasc at the moment that's complementing work being done internationally around the carbon question around soils, for example, the genetics question also for beef and for dairy, and also questions. I think a lot of people speak about additives and the question around feed additives, hoping for almost like a silver bullet to come there. There's a lot of work going on in that, obviously, but there are other issues as well in terms of feed quality and feed type. So when you take all of those things together, there's a big challenge out there, obviously. So for the moment, we're saying is we have a lot of work ongoing. We need a bit of time and a bit of patience around that, but don't neglect the fact that we have to implement what we have already, I would say.
That's true. I was going to say to you there, with some of the technologies that are already available, I suppose, and the things that already have been developed, they can be implemented now. Is there enough of an uptake of those now? Because what I'm suggesting is the things that will really reduce emissions over the next 7 years are still being worked on to some extent, still being developed. So, we have a lot to do in 7 years.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't characterise the things that really will reduce emissions have yet to be brought to the market. The stuff that's already there will reduce emissions, and that's a very important point. And as I say, the implementation of those, like getting usage from, let's say, of any particular technology from maybe 20% up to 30% up to 50%, and then becoming something that just becomes the industry standard is a very important thing. So, like the classic one, obviously, is fertilizer type and clover. Getting large-scale implementation of those will have really, really beneficial effects. You could say, okay, that the level of uptake is relatively, you could say it's low looking at percentages, but remember, we're at this probably for 1,000 days from an advisory point of view, or less, 3 years, 4 years maybe. That's a relatively short time to get people to buy into something on a longer term. But I think this year, with fertilizer price and a lot of talk about fertilizer from all media sources and among discussion groups, those questions are very live now from our clients, and we see much more interest in addressing some of those things. So I'd be pretty confident that once we get to a certain point, a critical mass, I think we will see a big take-off in a lot of those technologies.
Well, let's go to an actual dairy farmer who is implementing some of these technologies. Mark Collins, tell us about your own enterprise and what sort of things that you have adopted on your farm that are helping you reduce your emissions and contribute to a good environmental footprint.
Yeah, sure. We have 400 cow spring calving dairy farming home, and we've been looking at kind of all the technologies that are coming along there. They're on the MAC curve and seeing what we can implement into our farm to help improve it. So over the last number of years, all of our slurry is spread through low emission slurry spreading, which is also not only reducing our emissions, but also decreasing our reliance on chemical fertilizers as well. And as Joe was saying, with clover, we've become a lot more reliant on clover for our nitrogen rather than chemical fertilizers. And a lot of the research that's been done, particularly we were down in Solihull, it really gives you a lot of confidence to dive into that and to trust it, because when you're changing the system or the way you've been thinking for a while, that's nearly the biggest challenge when it comes to adopting new technologies.
And I might say to you, I suppose it's evident you're a younger farmer. I don't know, did you take over the farm, or are you doing it in partnership at the moment, or how these changes are viewed from a point of view of maybe ways that they were done for the past number of years?
Yeah, I'm in partnership with my parents at the moment, and I've been very fortunate. They've always been very progressive and looking at ways to improve the farm. And they've always had my opinion as part of it from a very young age. So it's, we're kind of working towards the same thing. We have a similar mindset. So when it comes to adopting new technologies that can improve the farm, whether it be from a workload point of view, or an economic point of view, or an environmental point of view, it's been we're all kind of moving towards the same goal. So it's easy to uptake those technologies that are there.
You're fairly positive about the whole emissions target reduction and what dairy farmers must do, Mark, but surely, I suppose, on the ground too, there are some challenges. What challenges would you see that dairy farmers might experience?
Yeah, I suppose I would be positive about it, because I think Ireland and the Irish dairy industry is in a very good position already, and there is still a huge room for improvement, which is always a good thing. If there's not, that's where the big challenge is. As I said, there's a lot of technologies there, and a lot of them, there's still the potential to take them up, and hopefully there's new technologies down the line that we can keep improving. I suppose a big challenge going forward with taking up these things is probably often, for a lot of farms, it's the economic side of it, is the payback of things, because it can be hard to invest in something that doesn't have an economic return on it. If you're going to make your money back, it's easy to do it, but when it's purely from an environmental point of view, that can often be hard to do, particularly if the cash flow isn't there to do it. So the whole farm has to work together, and there seems to the more profitable the farm is, the more it's able to work on its sustainability and its environmental footprint too.
Absolutely. Brian McDonnell, I might bring you in here. Brian, you go around the country and you do plenty of interviews with farmers. You see dairy setups right across the country. What's your experience of the uptake of new technologies like Joe and Mark have mentioned there? Do you think it's growing? Do you think it's still at a small stage?
I think clover's been very popular, particularly this year. I know Teagasc did a lot of work early in the year promoting clover and encouraging farmers to establish on the farm. And I think a lot of guys are quite happy what they're seeing now at this time of year. They're going out and they're seeing a lot of clover in paddocks that they were kind of concerned about. But there is still a bit of a percentage of farmers that maybe they'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We'll see what the neighbour does. We'll see how he gets on with it. And it's probably those lads we need to really get on board and say, look, no, you need to try this yourself. Stop worrying about the neighbour. Stop worrying about the fella down the road who told you it was a disaster. Do it yourself, try it, then have an opinion on it, and then make your decision. I suppose the other stuff like less is becoming increasingly more popular. I think a lot of the machinery lads here will tell you that the dairy farmers are coming up interested in it. But again, it's the king of retrofitting it to tanks and getting the right tanks, or is it more sensible just to go with the contractor option? These are all things I suppose dairy farmers need to consider as well. And again, look, they're popular, there's more to do, there's more to get on board, but it is looking positive for the majority of farmers, I think.
Joe Patton, would you say that the biggest challenges for your advisors to bring the farmers on board is apprehension about not understanding what's needed, or economics?
I'd say it's a mixture. I think it's the human condition though, Stella. I think, sometimes when we talk about all this stuff, we talk about farmers as if they're some sort of an exotic species. But they're people, and people are slow to change. Like there's a survey I heard this morning on the radio that almost 3/4 of people are now looking for for a delay on environmental at a full economy level, looking for a delay based on the current economic situation and the fuel concern. So that's the human condition, is to find a reason that maybe for concern for it. But so our job really as a science-based and an advisory organisation is to show people that there are economic benefits to the things that can have a beneficial effect for environment as well, and bring the two together. And you mentioned it, lads, that the clover thing is clearly one of those. You know, breeding is a big one as well. I mean, the people that have really embraced EBI is, for example, and have improved their efficiencies that way, it has transformed the profitability of their farm, and it does set them up to be more environmentally sustainable as well as economic. So I think there is that reluctance there among some people, but I don't think we should overstate that either. I think maybe once people get on board with some ideas, it can take off quite well. I think, you know, we have to remember things like the EBI is a classic example. That's a real success story. That's about 20 years old, and now it's accepted as the industry standard. So, you know, we are short in time. I would say that there's an urgency to get technologies adopted, and the clock is ticking. But I think we should be relatively confident, and we should be relatively positive about what can be done, rather than worrying too much about somewhat the perceptions of the negativity, I would say.
You mentioned the EBI there, and I might just bring up, I suppose, genetics with you. And we spoke to Dr. Frank O'Mara yesterday about it in terms of male bull calves. And obviously, a lot of farmers, in fairness to them, went to the trouble of trying to, you know, improve their milk productivity and milk solids. And they went down, I suppose, the Jersey Cross route and tried to get the genetics to work for them. But we are ending up now with male bull calves which are a cost to a farmer, and they may not have anywhere to go. A letter from the department came out recently saying, you know, we do have, I suppose, as well as an environmental responsibility, we have social responsibility also. Yeah. So, and to be honest, it's only some farmers as well. And also, I'm sure, you know, they want the best for their farm, they want the best for their animals as well. But what alternatives have they now? They might have gone down the Jersey route in genetics, but they are left obviously with the male bull calves. So what alternatives do they now look at?
Yeah, well, I think we have to be careful and put that into some degree of context. Yep. There's about slightly over 1.5 million dairy cows in the country. You know, are we saying that they're all Jersey crossbred? They're clearly not. Are there beef traits and are there maintenance traits and beef traits built into our selection index for dairy? Yes, there are, and they've been there. There's tools available for farmers to look at the lists and see what cow genetics and bull genetics they want to use. The dairy beef index is coming through now, which is a big advantage. I think it's going to be a big thing over the next few years on crossbred animals, crossbred dairy cows, as well as black and whites. I think we have to separate the cow type from the scale, the differences in scale in the industry as well. You know, we need to deal with both of those two things together. But like, as the dairy beef index improves and the accuracy of the results increase, you will be able to go in, and we're very confident about this, that in a year's time, or in the next breeding season and the breeding season after, you will be able to have a list of beef genetics that you can say, yes, that's a bull that will produce an acceptable calf off a dam with Jersey genetics in it, which is a very positive thing. But that's going to require more use of AI. I do think that there are barriers to the use of AI on farms, particularly possibly around heat detection. We can debate how is that a cost or is it a benefit from farmers, but maybe Mark has a comment around that, around the labour issues around that. But I think when people get a system in place, use more sex semen and realise that there are beef AI bulls there available that can produce an acceptable carcass on the other side. Look, we do have our Dairy Beef 500 programme showing that. So I think there's a lot going on there, Stella, and I think we need to be careful that as a percentage of the total number of calves, you know, I think that the issue is that it's a relatively small percentage overall, but they are still a percentage that need to be dealt with. And I would say from a dairy farmer's perspective too, and one final point on it maybe is that, you know, the issue that was spoken about yesterday around the slaughter of calves is one thing, but the welfare of calves on the farm while they're still there is a real issue as well. And that has to be addressed, and that's within the power of every dairy farmer, whether they're black and white calves, Jersey crossbred calves or beef calves. They still need to be well fed, well managed, well housed, and I think that's a big issue that we can all work on too. Absolutely.
And Mark, you said your own parents are quite progressive. Like, how do you view the AI or breeding, you know, for specific genetics, and I suppose the labour intensity that might involve it as well?
Yeah, we've, over the last number of years, we've switched to all AI, so we're doing 100% AI for the entire season, which has allowed us to be able to use more of those beef bulls through and get high, beef calves coming off the herd. We've also this year went for all our dairy AI has been sex semen, to, again, just using the technologies there to cut down on it, because we know it's an issue there, the technology is there to help deal with it. As Joe pointed out, again, it's kind of a supply and demand issue really, rather than a breed issue. You know, if we all milk Charlies, we'd probably still have a problem with the amount of calves coming in such a short space of time. Hopefully, as you alluded to there, on farm, being able to look after the calves as well. You know, for us, it doesn't matter what calf lands on the ground, they're all getting treated the exact same way. And hopefully we'll be able to see, I think an area for lads to improve in is probably looking at facilities for calves. Obviously you're only using for short periods of the year, so it can kind of fall to the back of the priority list. But hopefully maybe with the new TAMs coming out, there will be funding there to help people invest in more infrastructure for calves. But like as I said, there's a lot of technologies there, the sex semen, so that we can, you know, you're getting a double whammy with sex semen. You're reducing the number of the dairy bull calf, and you're getting more beef calves, but you're also increasing the genetic merit faster in your herd, because you can pick from your better cows to breed your replacement for. And that's a huge thing, talking about the EBI, that going forward from an economic point of view, an environmental point of view, a social point of view, all those three things linked up to make the farm sustainable, and that's really important.
Brian, I might just quickly go to you there on the sex semen, I suppose, and the AI. I know you talk regularly to a lot of AI companies. Becoming more popular, is that the way it's going?
The AI companies this year, I would say it was extremely popular. I'd say the majority of them said they ran out quite early, so they're planning for more next year. I think it's still kind of new to farmers as well. There's a bit of it still has to be worked out for some fellas, what cows to use it on, when to use it, how to use it. It's not like conventional semen, you have to time it perfectly. A lot of fellas using fixed programs to get it into heifers. But it is a massive technology that will see a huge reduction in the amount of male calves. But as Mark said, it's at a stage of where the facilities on farms for calves probably needs to be addressed in other places. The expansion happened in a lot of herds. Calves were kind of at the bottom of the priority list. There's a new parlour built, there's a new cubicle shed built, but the calves shed needs to be looked at now. I don't think it's fair to say that every farm is the same, but there's a lot of farms where calves are kept in conditions for 2 weeks before they're sold. That wouldn't be ideal. And look, as we all know, healthy calves, healthy conditions, far more profitability for farmers. A fella looking in the market to buy a calf, sees a healthy calf walk in, he's willing to buy it.
Joe, finally, I might just go to you. I suppose after the quotas were abolished and there was a dairy expansion in Ireland, and you know, farmers were encouraged to do so and happily did so, people are saying now, well, why, you know, because now the environmental thing is kicking in and saying, oh no, and there's this concern the whole time about a cull on the national herd and so on. However, the demand is there globally for dairy, and it's not getting smaller, it's getting bigger and bigger. And you know, what better place in Ireland than in Ireland, because we have the best dairy in the world. And now I might be a bit biased in saying that, but we have one of the best dairy sectors in the world.
We do. I think sometimes as an industry, and a lot of the commentary that goes on about it, I think we need to get out more and see what it's like in other countries as well. I mean, I did a bit of travel in Europe in the summer just on that particular thing, and the Irish situation, particularly the fact that Irish is a grass-based, I know we're sitting on fake grass here, but real grass, the grass-based system is the kernel of what we're good at. If we align that with good management of nutrients to maintain and improve water quality, we align it with high standards of animal welfare, and we assign it with addressing the emissions question in tandem with other technologies that fit into our grass-based system. We have a dairy industry that can be the envy of the world, really. And I think we should be very confident of it. It doesn't have to be reduced, but I would say one thing. At a national level, you know, the question of targets is one thing, but I think at an individual farm level, it's one thing I would see that this year, for the first time, I would say, in certain parts of the country, maybe you've seen it too, Brian, that some people are starting to question, is the last 10% of the herd worth having? Have we overshot the runway slightly? Do we need to look again at what grass we're growing on the farm, what facilities we have, what labour is available to us, and say, you know what, maybe that last row of cows that we have mightn't be the thing that's actually making us money, it might be something that's costing us money. That's an individual farm decision. I do encourage every farmer to sit down, this year of all years, even though milk price is high, make that analysis and make that decision. It's very, very important at the individual level, but I think at a national level, if we do it right and we implement the technologies there, we have literally a world-class dairy industry.
Fantastic. Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time, so we'll have to leave it there for our live discussion on dairy sustainability. Thank you, Joe Patton, Head of Knowledge Transfer for Dairy with Teagasc, Mark Collins, dairy farmer from Tipperary, and AgriLand's Brian MacDonald. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back shortly with another live discussion here at the AgriLand Pavilion. But now it's back out to the ploughing site again for more from the AgriLand team.
I'm here in the Organic Village on day 2 of Ploughing 2022, and I'm at the CELAC stand with founder of the company, Martin Dempsey. Martin, thanks for joining me.
You're welcome, Megan.
So listen, CELAC focuses on the power of seaweed, and I suppose it can be beneficial as a feed additive. And I know you do products for humans as well as animals, but I suppose focusing more on the livestock side of the business, how can these seaweed products be beneficial as a food additive or a diet additive for livestock?
Well, what we find with the seaweed is that if we can get the seaweed into the animal from a very young age and get the gut, the bacteria in the gut working, then the animal has a great start, and the need for antibiotics is vastly reduced.
Okay, well that's really interesting, because I suppose in cattle and sheep and pigs and so on, gut health is really, really important.
Absolutely.
It's huge, yeah. And I suppose to come to that piece you said there, really interesting about the antibiotic use.
Yes.
That's huge, and there's going to be legislation coming in terms of preventing antimicrobial resistance and kind of putting a halt to blanket treatments and stuff like that. So I'm sure people will be on the lookout for mechanisms to try and reduce the need for antibiotics. So how exactly does that work? Do you put this in water? Do you put it in meal? Tell me a little bit about how it's fed to the animal.
Well, like you say, prevention is definitely better than cure, and antibiotics really are something we want to get away from as much as we can. So the products we have here, we start off with the electrolyte here, which is a mix of electrolyte and seaweed powder, which I recommend you would give to the calf straight with the colostrum at birth. So you'd have the electrolyte to give it energy, and you'd have the seaweed to stimulate the bacteria in the gut to get the bacteria working. So once they've got the electrolyte, then we have a powder then for calves that we mix in with milk replacer. So very fine powder. So they stay on that for 3 to 4 weeks or 5 weeks, as long as they're on the milk replacer. And as they move on to the crunch, then we have a flake here.
I can see that the grain is a little bit coarser there.
Yes, this is the powder. It kind of mixes in with the milk replacer. This is coarser as they grow older. You just sprinkle that on the crunch. And then you just keep them on that, all the time. It's all about keeping the balance right, not letting the animals get deficient in anything at all.
And so you're starting right from birth, actually, because you hear, I suppose, a lot about colostrum and how vitamin rich that is, and it's so full of antibodies and everything like that. But this is enhancing that again.
Absolutely, the start is everything. No matter what the animal, lamb, sheep, piglet, the start is the most important thing, and if you get the start right, you've got every chance that those animals will thrive and hit their targets. It's when they hit a setback or when they get an infection or something like that, that's when the trouble starts. So we want to try and avoid all that, and the seaweed really seems to have these kind of antimicrobial properties present in it, so it's a really, really good natural product.
And I suppose going back to the beginning then of where the seaweed comes from, I think it's harvested between the mid and intertidal areas, and it's the Atlantic Ocean you're sourcing from. Is there any kind of concerns there around maybe disturbance of a natural habitat, or is this actually sustainable to cultivate?
Very sustainable. We use only the natural harvesters who've been harvesting seaweed for years, who understand the foreshore, who understand the sustainability of the foreshore, and by working with those cutters, then the foreshore will be respected and treated sustainably. So there's no, I suppose, over harvesting, no.
Great.
No, that would be an important point for CELAC, that we are very traceable and sustainable.
Because I think that's a really important point for everyone now, and companies are definitely a lot more aware of it. So it's really good that you can go back and say that.
We have developed an app It's the only one available that we can give to the harvesters that will locate their location where they cut. We can log it, and we can make sure that that area is not over-harvested or not harvested again for another 4 or 5 years, whatever.
Wow.
So we can make sure to mitigate against over-harvesting.
Okay, so everything is very closely monitored, and everything remains safe. I suppose then coming on to, like, we've heard the benefits of all the products. We've heard that it's eco-friendly, it's sustainable, and there's no harm done to natural habitats.
Yeah.
Why is this not bigger then? I mean, is this relatively unknown, or is it just new?
Years ago, seaweed was a big thing, but I think over the last 40 or 50 years, it just kind of got forgotten about.
Okay.
And now, because of the antibiotics, it was an awful lot easier to get an antibiotic than it was to get some seaweed and dry it and feed it to your animal. But now, with antimicrobial resistance and the push against antibiotics, the wheel is turning.
Okay.
And now natural products are making a comeback, and they're working. Like they worked 100 years ago, they're going to work today again.
Yeah, okay. I suppose seaweed is something that will always be around. You know, we live on an island, and it's, yeah.
Well, seaweed has been there before the animals, like, so it maybe makes up part of our DNA. You know, that's maybe why the response is there, because there's some kind of an inner thing that recognises.
Possibly, yeah.
But the animals do respond to it.
Okay,
You know,
well, I mean,
feedback tells us, repeat customers tell us, once they use it, they see the benefits, they come again.
Okay, and speaking of repeat customers, how has business been? How long have you been around now? Just remind me.
We started with the idea in 2016,
wow,
and
okay.
we didn't really get the products out there. We're about maybe 2 years now, just growing products.
Of course, I suppose research and development, it takes time.
Yeah, well, there was no low drying technique out there for the seaweed. We dry at a low temperature, so we had to develop all that ourselves. So that took us a number of years. But we have that developed now, so it's onwards and upwards now, hopefully.
Okay, great. And it's day 2 of the ploughing. How's it been going for you so far? Have you had much interest?
Yeah, lots of interest. It's great to be in here in the organic village.
Yeah.
Because everybody who comes in here is interested in the organic produce, and we're lucky enough we can be organic or conventional.
Okay.
No, we're getting a lot of interest, and people are it's obvious people have heard about seaweed, because a lot of people stop and look and ask and take leaflets, and we're very happy with the response.
Great, that's brilliant. Well, look, Martin, thanks for joining me, and best of luck with everything.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. I'm here now with Warren Fahey, who co-owns Beach Lawn Farm in County Galway with his wife. And Beach Lawn is an organic farm, Porrick, and look, you've built a lovely farm shop enterprise clearly around your business. So do you want to tell me a bit about what you have around me here, and what's on offer today?
Good to meet you. Great to meet you, Megan. And today, Wednesday, we've got a display of our home boxes, our home delivery veg boxes here on the left.
Wow.
We got all our loose produce that we sell nationwide into 90 to 100 shops. And this time of year, we're featuring today apples and cherry tomatoes. So we're giving away samples of cherry tomatoes. And September is a great month with the ploughing, but it's also the best month in the year to actually access and eat local and eat Irish and eat organic Irish produce.
Okay, perfect. And I suppose you mentioned there, eat local, eat organic, eat Irish. There's probably been a big push towards eating Irish and more local, probably over the last couple of years. Maybe even COVID had a role to play in that. What's the mood on the ground? Do you find that people around are more interested in buying local and buying from the community around them?
Definitely where the consumer's got that option. So we live in Ballinasloe, East Galway, and we sell our produce there weekly. We've a farm shop, we've a home delivery box scheme, and we supply into shops all around Galway.
Okay.
September is a challenge to eat Irish only. There's a 30-day challenge, so eat Irish, eat organic. So it's a lot of vegetable farms in the country are focused on 1 or 2 or 3 crops. Where on our farm we go up to 25 different crops.
Wow.
So you can come to the farm, you've got that choice, and it's one way of trying to eat Irish for the month of September.
Okay, so eat more local, and I suppose it's an interesting challenge. What about, you mentioned there, farm boxes? Is that, I suppose, like a home delivery system? Is it a subscription service, or do you pick a a box every month? How does that work?
We've had to adjust the business. Before it was a set box. Now here we have a €30 weekly seasonal box.
Okay.
We also do fruit boxes for offices. We also do stir fry boxes. We'll do a meal box for 2. And we got great news there last week. Our veg box, we've been shortlisted for the Board BA e-commerce awards this year. So they've been just shortlisted last Friday. So our veg box has been shortlisted for the e-commerce awards.
And that's a really nice honour to hear that you've been nominated for that. But I can see a few certificates behind me here. It doesn't seem like that's the first award that you're up for.
No, we've won 3 awards at the Board BA Organic Food Awards since 2010. In 2015, we joined the Board BA Quality Assurance Scheme, and it gave us access to the supermarkets. Up till 12-14, we were selling locally in regional shops, but in order to start selling centrally, we had to join the Board BA Quality Scheme, and we found it really good. It's up to standards on the farm. We've traceability in place, and that gives the confidence to the consumer. We're also members of the Irish Organic Association. We find them really good, very farmer friendly, farmer focused, and then they also help us with routes to market. And 3 years ago we were involved in an EIP with the Irish Organic Association called Maximising Organic Production Systems, where it focused on 11 farms working together to produce crop programs to supply the market.
Okay, so there's loads of support there, and it sounds like there is loads of schemes out there, the organic farming schemes, as well as all the ones you mentioned there. I suppose a lot of the time though, it does come back to the consumer, and when you see the likes of the discount supermarkets doing, I'm not sure what it is, 5 for however many cent or whatever, your organic products and everybody else's organic products, you have eco-friendly methods of cultivating and so on, you have sustainable packaging, no pesticides, all of that. It can add that few extra euro onto the price, and customers may have to pay that little bit of a premium price point. But do you feel that people are willing to put down the extra few euro now?
A lot of customers, since COVID, our business increased about 20%. Some of those have fallen away as habits, and people have gone back to work in offices. But a lot of people, their focus in life is health. Then when they come to us for produce, it's also taste, and it's also what's good for the environment. So it's health, taste, and the environment. There definitely is a challenge at the moment. I won't say it, but we're holding our own in the market.
Good.
You have to adopt and adapt quickly. So even today we're doing an offer here for the full month, it's the month of October. Get free boxes. People can join when they come to their stall here today, and we'll send out a veg box to you no matter where you're in the country. We're having a draw later on this evening. That's one thing. We're also doing some offers in some of our good stores in Galway, and there are ways of working with it, but I'd be lying if I said no, it's a difficult place in the marketplace to work at the moment, and everybody, you have
to push ahead, I suppose, and you have to kind of keep the momentum, and even though that's hard sometimes, but I suppose things like the organic farming schemes will help there. To come back to you yourself on a more human interest level, have you always been interested in organics? Did you start off on a, I suppose, generic farm and then transition, or how did you get into all of this?
We grew up on a mixed farm in Ballinasloe. With dairy, with sheep, with beef, and my grandfather would have grown the vegetables, then it stopped, and then when I came home at 26, I started keeping a small garden, and in 2002, myself and my wife Una and Evreen, we set up Beachlawn Organic Farm. We've gone from half an acre to managing 50 to 60 acres now, with a team of staff at 20 to 25. And
how many crops do you have? Did you say 25?
At the moment we grow about 20 to 25 different crops, and then we have a network of other growers around the country. There's 10 other farmers who grow crops and supply, so we have a processing aspect to the business. We buy in produce, we repackage it and sell it on. So we focus on the crops that we can grow well on our farm, and then we'll buy carrots from the east or southeast of the country, and also potatoes, and we grow the leafy products and crops on our own farm.
So would you encourage other farmers then that are maybe in a similar industry but haven't really transitioned into the organics products, then would you say it's worth it to transition? Would you encourage them to make the move?
It's a no-brainer. The bottom line is better in organics, and now this year is a village tent here, an organic tent, but the payments are only catching up in Ireland.
Yeah.
For the last 20 years we've been the laggards in Europe.
Okay.
So what's been paid now is what our competitors in Europe have always been getting.
Okay, so we still have a bit to go.
So we're just catching up. The policies come in, the payments are following the policy, and now it's up to the farmers and producers to join the scheme. But it's the bottom line is the one that makes sense.
Okay, perfect. Well, listen, Pádraig, you're here for today, and are you here tomorrow as well?
We're here tomorrow, myself and Carl, and he's doing great work with me.
Okay.
We both went to Drumcollar exactly 25 years ago.
Wow,
we started studying in the Organic College, and we set up the farm, as I said, 20 years ago. So we're celebrating a couple of anniversaries this week.
Absolutely, yeah.
And,
congratulations.
So we've got a great team at home, and they'll be joining us. Some along today, some here tomorrow.
Perfect.
And nice talking to you, Megan, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Pádraig, and best of luck.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
One of the hottest topics of agriculture in 2022 is emissions, and I'm joined here by Paul Quinn of Mastec. Paul, this 25% emissions reduction target, how can farmers go about reducing their emissions, and what products have you on offer to help farmers?
Well, we have a range of products. One of the new products we have is we partner with an Italian company called Stepcom, and they manufacture separators. And separator basically it's reducing the volume of slurry on farm by 25%. It squeezes all the fibre out of the slurry. Farmers can use the slurry as basically like a liquor or dirty water, so they can use it during the summer on the grassland. No problems with any fibres. There's a bit of concern at the moment now with some farmers with fibre, with dribble bars and trailing shoes on the grass. There's no concerns like that once you use the separated slurry. The other thing is you have 25% volume less on farm, and probably it's the way forward. We've seen it. We've been selling the products quite a while in the UK, and we see it in Scandinavia as well, but it hasn't really taken off here yet. Hasn't been put on the TAMs, so there's no funding, so there's not that much interest in it yet, but it is starting.
So
that's one part of it.
Something to look forward to the future, and this is a very interesting machine behind us there. Can you just tell me a bit more about this one?
This is a remote controlled engine set for the umbilical system. It's a new Doosan 200 horsepower engine, our SX 2000 pump. It's completely remote, so it eliminates it changes system from two people doing the job to a one-man operation. So the guy sets up the pump, and then within 3 kilometres then he can remotely operate it from his tractor or with his applicator in the field. It's quite a big saving. Some of the bigger contractors especially are finding that they're running up the hours on the tractor, just sitting pumping. It's devaluing the tractor a lot, and it's also much more economical on fuels. There's 50% saving on fuel with it as well. So it's another product that's into the future, especially for the bigger operators and on-farm umbilical guys.
And obviously we have talked about low emission slurry spreading and a lot of machinery here, wedge spreading and all that. What technologies are on the market for farmers, from Mastec in particular, to aid them with this low emission slurry spread?
Well, as in the past, from 2018, our tanker dribble bar PUDB is and was the market leader. We have very good demand for it. Guys don't have to change their tanker. They can work with an old tanker, and they can still be within legislation with not a lot of expense. We have a new innovation. We always had a big success with the innovation of the macerator, and we have a new Gen 2 macerator, it hasn't compromised the design of the machine, but it's left it. The new machine leaves it easier to do maintenance, and for manufacturing purpose we've changed it. That's it, basically.
And looking forward to the future now, what can the future hold for Mastec, and what sort of innovations are in the pipeline?
Yeah, probably on the pipeline would be developing more into trail and shoes and shallow injection. We see probably in 4 or 5 years more, it'll be more shallow injection, and especially on the good farms. although still the dribble bar has to have a big place in the market for farms that are not so good, or farms that are hilly or stony, or still need the dribble bar as an option.
And obviously back at the Plowing for the first time in 3 years now. How much has been the interest in the products here?
It's fantastic. Yeah, yesterday is just unbelievable. It's great to see people again. Things are positive. The weather's good, and it's been good.
Well, thanks very much for your time.
All right,
I hope you have a good week.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. I'm joined on our live stage now by Minister of State at the Department of Agriculture with responsibility for farm safety and new market development, Martin Hayden. Martin, thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks, Ella. Great to be here.
First of all, Minister, I will ask you about your portfolio in farm safety. As we all know, we will be focusing on farm safety as part of the Agriland live stream here at the Ploughing Championships. And indeed, we have entered into a partnership with your own department, Department of Agriculture, to really raise awareness around this issue. The National Farm Survey from Teagasc this year indicated that, I suppose the latest data available is 2020, but indicated that over 4,000 accidents took place in farms in 2020. What's your aim to reduce that number? How are you going to reduce it?
Yeah, well, look, I want to acknowledge, first of all, Agriland's role in partnering with my department and in the great coverage you've given to this topic that we have to talk about every single day. And the mood is so good here at the Ploughing Championships. I feel bad bringing it up, but we have to, and this is a perfect opportunity to bring home that point and to tell farmers that statistically they are 7 times more likely to die working on their farm than any other worker in Ireland in any other workplace. That's a really stark reality, and you're dead right. When you talk about the thousands of incidents, many of them can be life-changing in terms of injuries that have a very different impact, but we tend to focus on the fatality figures, understandably, but there are so many incidents that change people's lives forever, and that all comes down to risk. It comes down to farmers identifying risk and managing it, and if they don't manage it, and if they identify a hazard on the farm, like a broken manhole cover, a cracked PTO shaft, a light that's not working, and if they put off fixing that, that keeps that risk level high. And what we need all farmers to do is, leaving the Ploughing Championships this week, is to resolve to go home and change that thing that is dangerous, and to make those 1 or 2 changes that makes their farms a little bit safer, will reduce that risk level. And if we reduce the amount of near misses, we'll reduce the amount of incidents that happen, we'll reduce the amount of fatalities and serious injuries as well.
Well, how practically can you change mentalities then? Is it the likes of putting investment into such things as simulators?
So there's no one simple solution here. If there was, it would have been fixed long before I was in this role as a Minister in the Department of Agriculture. So it's a multifaceted approach, and it's working with all partners, whether it's agri-media, farming organisations, so many good community groups around the country. And I've initiated a lot of farm safety initiatives in my 2.5 years in the role. I've set up innovation partnership models, which are 8 locally led projects around the country that we're funding through the department to develop new ideas around farm safety, farmer mental health and well-being, because they're inextricably linked. Issues like succession and other issues in that area as well. This week I'm delighted to partner with Teagasc, and I've used €1.2 million of my budget this year to buy 18 simulators. And there's one in the Teagasc stand this week where people can have a go on it. But ultimately what it is every student or farmer who comes through Teagasc to do a course, so if it's a student under Green Cert or a farmer of any age doing a course, they'll have an opportunity to use these simulators. If they're thinking of buying a new teleporter, teleporters are very dangerous in terms of poor sight lines around them. Combine, tractors pulling heavy machinery. We see younger drivers now working for contractors. It's regularly raised by road users as well as by farmers about concerns of how much training have they had before they go out on that road. This is an opportunity for them to experience that, the road setting in a safe environment of the simulator, with the experience of having very heavy loads behind them in wet conditions, dry conditions. It really is a fantastic piece of equipment, and we've 18 of them around the country now. That will be a big addition this year. That's one small part of our report.
Another part of it in terms of farm safety clearly is keeping a farmer safe when he's using machinery. But if I have seen anything over the past couple of days here at the Plowing, it's the machinery stands and the crowds of young children who you can see it's like Christmas. Their eyes light up when they see some of the absolute phenomenal machines that are on site here. They're so interested in the machines, they want to jump up in them. Obviously they're all stationary, they're parked up here, but you can imagine, you've kids yourself, Minister, and you know that children are interested in being around things that move, that are big, that are active. So there's a responsibility there, I suppose, to ensure that children understand the seriousness as well as mum and dad.
That's it exactly. And when we talk about changing the culture, that has to be the change. So, 30 years ago when I was a young lad on my farm at home, I'd plead with my uncle to get up on top of the load of bales coming home. Thankfully now, if somebody saw a farmer doing that nowadays, they'd be probably arrested because it would be socially unacceptable. It has to be socially unacceptable for children to be around the yard when vehicles are working. Machinery accounts for half of all fatalities over the last 10 years on Irish farms. We have lost a number of children in the last 10 years also. When you deal with families who have suffered that bereavement, it is absolutely horrific. They would give their time back again in any way to undo that was done. So we all want our children to be raised, as me and my wife do at home in Kildare, on an active farm. We want them to learn the experience of farming, but we can do that in a safe and measured way. And we have to, again, be aware of the risks and the hazards and not have children up on machinery when it's working, when it's active. It needs to be stationary. They can get that experience then, but they shouldn't be in areas of working machinery or livestock in very close proximity to them when there's hazards are there.
And we will be continuing that theme of farm safety tomorrow on Agriland, and of course even on the Agriland site we've plenty of videos there with advice. They're very short, they're easy to understand, and people can get it. That will make them think, just maybe one step before they do something, and it could prevent an accident or, as you said, a near miss. I might change to another part of your portfolio then, and that's in terms of new market development. So I suppose a lot of farmers are wondering what's happening with new markets, finding new markets so that they can get better, for example, beef prices. You have been working over the last couple of years in establishing new markets, but there are still markets where we're trying to get back into, or the likes of beef in China. Again, we've heard numerous times it's out of our control, and we're trying to get cheap meat into the US, which is great, but again it has to go through USDA approval. How close are we? Are we any closer maybe than the last time I spoke to you, where it was still in the hands of, for example, the Chinese authorities in that instance?
Well, specifically in relation to beef in China, it's something we're very determined to try and get access back in there. We've left no stone unturned in relation to our engagement, both from my officials in the Department of Agriculture and at political level. Myself, Minister McConalogue, Minister Simon Coveney has dealt with his counterpart in Foreign Affairs, and even from Taoiseach level to Premier in China, this has been raised at the highest level. We continue to wait to see if there are any more requests from the Chinese, but we are very keen to get that access, but again, that's not within our gift. I suppose if I learned anything from my recent trade mission to Vietnam, where we are progressing through the process of gaining beef access to Vietnam, a population of 100 million people, you can't beat an in-person meeting. And unfortunately, due to COVID, we're not in a space to be able to visit China just yet. But we made very good progress on the recent visit to Vietnam, where the officials have agreed to a reciprocal audit that needs to happen, and they're going to visit here before the end of the year. But we also have good trade opportunities there that we're growing on with the access that we have for our dairy produce, for pork in that area. So a lot of our markets we have, when you go out to talk about one specific product, there's a lot of other products that might be there already. Interestingly, fish is quite a significant export for us to Vietnam, which you wouldn't have expected. But sheep meat in USA, obviously our recent trade mission to America earlier this year did make progress in that regard. And maybe what I found from my visit to Mexico in relation to promotion of pig meat is actually getting market access is a very long, slow process. And when you get it, then that's the start of another process where you have to work with your Irish companies to, in conjunction with Board BIA and with our excellent agricultural attaches from the department that are in our embassy and diplomatic network, to make sure that we build those connections to get the distributors that are needed to get the product out and about and to get face to face with the local customers.
And finally, Minister, because I know we're tight for time today, but I just wanted to ask you in relation to, I suppose, climate, environment and emissions. We had independent TD Michael Healy-Rae on our live stage yesterday, and he really made some strong claims and accusations against the parties Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil for what he said were facilitating policies by the Green Party which were really detrimental to farm families' incomes and farm family way of life around the country. Your party colleague MEP Colin Markey was here at the time. He's a farmer himself, no more than you are. And what Michael Healy-Rae was basically saying was that you can't speak out of both sides of your mouth. Fine Gael cannot say it's for farmers and implement what he said were just, I suppose, something like draconian measures in terms of environment.
Well, I couldn't disagree more with what Michael Healy-Rae says, and I think it's very disingenuous of him actually to make those points, because I would argue exactly what we are doing in government and Fine Gael are very proud to have been in successive governments where we have moved the dial in terms of our climate ambition, but at the same time protected the interests and seen an increase of income from agriculture into our rural areas. And they're inextricably linked. We're not bringing in these climate measures just to try and keep a coalition partner happy here. We're bringing in these environmental measures because it's the right thing to do for our country, but it's also, in terms of the trade aspect and the trade missions I've been on that I've just referenced, it is the right place to position Irish agriculture and farmers for into the future. Our 10-year food strategy, Food Vision 2030, talks about us increasing the value of our Irish food and drink exports to the benefit of all our primary producers and farmers all over Ireland, from present value of €14 billion to €21 billion. We've been very successful at getting it from €8 billion to €14 billion, and we see the benefits of that in rural Ireland, in our rural economy. But by getting it from 14 to 21 billion, we're going to do that not by growing quantity, but by growing the value. And whether that's taking our primarily milk and milk powder products and turn that into cheese, which has a higher value, that benefits the farmer more. And you see the recent development like Glombia's new continental cheese plant, which also is a Brexit diversification measure, and partnering with the likes of Royal Awer. But this is where we position Irish farmers into the future, because the high value markets that we're going into, those customers who are presently buying Irish food and drink and who want to do so into the future, have a higher level of climate ambition. They need a story for their customers about the reducing emissions profile. So if Irish farmers were to be able to be told by government, look, you're okay, stay where you are, don't do anything, we would be doing them a disservice, and they would find themselves being locked out of markets when food companies that buy an awful lot of our food and drink products from Ireland have to meet their Scope 3 requirements and all the other challenges that are coming down the line for them. I would argue that we are actually positioning agriculture to be in a very resilient, very strong position into the future, where farmers' primary role will continue to be to produce top quality food.
But they will have to be supported to do that. I suppose it was more that he was saying that it was a stick more than a carrot, and that more carrot is needed for the farmers because they can't afford to implement these new measures.
Of course, government stands ready to support farmers, and we've done that already. So if you look at where we need to have interventions and make investment in areas like strong corporation measures, which is now proven, and tillage farmers who were sceptical at the start are now saying to me to see the benefits of that in terms of the improved nutrient density in their ground. And government has stood in and they've supported farmers in those spaces. We have supported farmers through our fodder scheme earlier this year, through the pig sector, through the horticulture sector, when farms and sectors have got under pressure. Government hasn't been shy of that. But I would also make the point that change is a challenge, and we have to bring farmers with us, and the Teagasc Signpost Farm programme is a really important way of disseminating the new information and knowledge we have down to farmers. But what farmers are discovering is that a lot of those changes are actually better for their bottom line. Moving away from our dependency on artificial fertiliser, which we now see is so expensive, to be able to move to the likes of multi-species swords, to be able to move to new technologies that actually reduce their input costs, can improve their margin. Obviously, as farmers, we always look at our end price, and that's what our focus is, but we now have become so acutely aware of what the input costs are, and I would argue that a lot of the measures that farmers are being asked to look at now actually can improve their bottom line down the line.
Minister Martin Hayden, thank you very much for joining us on the AgriLand live stream, live from the AgriLand Pavilion here at the Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska. And we'll head out now again to the ploughing site, to our AgriLand team, who are bringing you a series of interviews from all the exhibitors here today.
I'm here now with Owen Finneran of Farm Eye, and Owen, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
So listen, we know that Farm Eye really focuses on soil health, soil sampling, and you have some carbon programs as well. We know that soil can sequester carbon from the atmosphere, but often we don't know a whole lot more than that, and I suppose that's where Farm Eye can come in. So looking firstly to your carbon programs, can you tell me a little bit more about what you do on that front?
Okay, so I suppose the biggest thing in terms of soil and soil carbon from the farmer's point of view is that anything that is, any soil that's sustainably managed, that soil will be pulling carbon from the atmosphere and putting it underground. So farmers have a unique opportunity in that respect to be able to, I suppose, actively help in terms of the climate change fight.
And you hear, trees taking carbon, and sometimes you hear about bogs as well, and peatlands and all that, but actually general soils like we see right outside the building here can do it too.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously there are exceptions. So if you have, a very degraded soil or a soil that has been maybe in continuous ploughed tillage for a long period of time, that soil may not be sequestering carbon. Also, if you have a drained peat soil, that's intensively managed, it would also not be sequestering carbon. But in the main, approximately 90% of mineral soils in Ireland will be building carbon from one year to the next.
Okay, and so what does Farm I do then to help farmers manage that? I mean, is it management? Is it, more in terms of data on how much you can sequester on your farm?
Yeah.
What role do you play in that?
So it's a good question. The Farm I role is mainly around measurement and verification.
Okay.
So we provide software and technology services to be able to, I suppose, verifiably measure that carbon in part of a field. We'll allow the train sampler to come back to that exact same location because it's all measured by GPS in a year's time, 2 years' time. And we have an ISO verified protocol which allows the calculation of the change in carbon from 1 year to the next.
Okay, so when farmers have this information from your own software, they can monitor how much is being sequestered, they can take, maybe actions to kind of further the progress and things like that. And I suppose, climate change is the name of the game these days. Recently, not too long ago, we had the sectoral emissions targets, and there's lots of rumours going around about what will have to be done, and action will certainly have to be taken. And I suppose looking at your technology, Teagasc and other bodies like that will be developing things like this that's in the works, and regulations are probably going to come down the line too. But I suppose you are up and running already, so you're kind of preempting all of that. You're ahead of the curve nearly, are you?
Yeah, well, I suppose look at all parts, all stakeholders will have to be involved, from the farmers through to the regulatory bodies. And as I say, where we come in is on the data capture, measurement and verification. It is key, if you want to be able to say that you had 100 tonnes of soil sequestered on your farm this year, you need the verifiable data to back that up.
Okay, so you can't just go around saying that you have to be able to prove it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very important.
And turn into soil then, soil health and all of that. I know you were involved in the National Soil Sampling Programme. Actually, maybe tell me a little bit about how that went.
Yeah, so that was quite a large pilot programme run by the Department of Agriculture. So they look to collect up to 100,000 geotagged soil samples all across Ireland. So across all 26 counties and all farm types and soil types.
Okay, and when, let's say now I want to go out and take a sample of my soil. Am I going out with a little test tube and digging up a bit with a shovel, or is it more technical than that?
So typically the sample is taken, the sampler follows a GPS tracked path across the field. So you take a representative sample that goes into a bag which is barcoded, sent to the laboratory, and everything is tracked through the online mapping system.
Okay. I suppose then looking to an issue that's we've heard a lot recently about, I suppose, efficiency. Everybody wants to become more efficient. Efficiency means savings in money, time, labour. All of these things are on everybody's lips, and one of the particular issues is fertiliser. I mean, given geopolitical events and the pandemic and things like that, prices have shot up. I mean, we know that there's some farmers in dire straits in terms of not being able to get it, not being able to afford it. How can soil sampling play a role, I suppose? If you don't know what's under the ground, you don't know what you're deficient in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the old adage, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it.
Yeah.
So measurement is key.
Yeah.
It used to be the case that, if you saved a bag of fertiliser, that would save you the price of the soil test.
Yeah.
But now with fertiliser, after increasing, like you say, you get 3 soil tests for the price of the bag of fertiliser. So it's much
one
more
bag.
Exactly. So it's much more cost efficient to the farmer to do their proper soil analysis and fertiliser planning, even than it was 2-3 years ago.
Okay, so it's really important to figure out what I suppose if you're putting down fertiliser or treatments on your ground, but it's not necessarily treating what you're deficient in, you're not saving yourself there. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I suppose then looking to you mentioned price and the money that you can save. What are the price points? Is there? I'm sure there's lots of factors that it depends on. Looking to the size of your farm, how much needs to be tested. But can you give us a sense of how much it would cost for a farmer?
Yeah, so you're talking in a range from €2 to €5 per acre to do the standard soil analysis. If you're doing more in-depth analysis or carbon analysis, for example, it could be from €5 to €9 per acre.
Okay. And would you get, your regular farmers coming to you, or is this more of a department, regulatory bodies, things like that?
So it depends, yeah. So we'd have some farmers who look to do their soil analysis for regulatory purposes, and then we have others who are primarily, I suppose, more intensive farmers, ones who would be using more fertiliser, and it's very much more worth their while to invest the time and the money into a good soil health programme.
Okay, great. Well, listen, Owen, thanks for joining me. Are you here for the next 2 days?
We are, yeah.
Okay,
so we're
great.
here on the stand for the next 2 days.
Brilliant. And are you hoping to have a good turnover? What's the flow been like so far?
It's brilliant, it's great.
Yeah?
Seeing all the old faces from, the last few years. It's great. We've missed them for the last 2 years.
Absolutely, yeah. It's busy ploughing considering that we were gone for a few years there. So listen, best of luck and thanks for joining me, Owen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Agriland Live Pavilion here at the Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois, where I'm joined now on our live panel discussion stage by Sinn Féin leader Mary Lou MacDonald. Deputy MacDonald, thank you very much for joining us today. First of all, welcome back to the Ploughing. Can I ask how the reception has been for you, for the Sinn Féin party, as you've moved through the crowds today?
Well, first of all, it's fantastic to be back. The reception has been outstanding. There's a real sense of freedom again amongst the crowd. Everywhere is packed. Certainly our own tent, which is 242, and you're all very welcome to stop by, has been really, really busy. But we've been out and about meeting people, talking to people, listening to people, which is the most important part, I think, of this whole exercise. So I think there is a blend of delight to be back, optimism for the future and for change, but also challenges for rural communities, for rural Ireland, and of course for farming and agriculture. But it is incredible to be here, particularly on a dry day.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? So I don't have the wellies on. I didn't have to put them on
They
this
say the
year.
rain is coming, but
Yes.
we'll hope it hasn't been what we predicted so far, so we hope it continues in this vein. Let's talk about rural Ireland there and agriculture specifically when you were mentioning the challenges that are being experienced at the moment. This isn't specific to rural Ireland, but it certainly is impacting farm families. Inflation, the energy crisis, the cost of electricity. Obviously, dairy farms take a lot of electricity and energy to run. Input costs have gone up. Feed, fertiliser, fuel. Contractors have had to increase their prices to farmer clients, to cut silage, to cut hay, to cut straw, because of the cost of diesel now has gone up. Green diesel could come in line, and the VAT may be, completely removed, and it could be the same as white diesel. So what support could you give to those farm families who are struggling? We're heading into the winter now in the middle of an energy crisis. I mean, what sort of optimism is there for those people?
Yeah, and all of this is true, and it's also true to say that we're heading in now to the next budget. And I'm very conscious that families, workers, farmers all across the island have been struggling and will struggle through the autumn and into the winter in exactly the way that you've set out. So months back we had said to government, you need to intervene now. We believed that there had to be emergency measures at that point. And in fact the VAT reductions on diesel, on petrol and so on came about after a very, very lengthy period of us literally hassling the government to respond to the situation. And then after that they said, no, wait until September, wait. So we've waited, and we'll see what's in the budget. Let me tell you what we believe needs to happen. In the case of electricity, we've put our cards on the table and said we actually need to bring the price back. We need to bring it back to 2021 levels prior to all of the crazy series of price hikes. And then at that reduced level, we need to introduce a cap. And we need to put that in place for the autumn and the winter months, at least up until the end of February. Because I think what farming families, rural communities, farming need is a sense of certainty that prices are brought back to some reasonable level, but also a reassurance that they're not going to face another hike and another hike at the peak of autumn and winter when things are cold, and when demand
Well,
is
I
very
suppose
high.
The government would say to you there that they cannot give certainty because it's a global problem. Playing devil's advocate here, they're saying they can't control energy markets worldwide. Obviously, the Russia-Ukraine situation is impacting
and by the way, no one's asking them to, because that would be a crazy ask and an impossible ask. But what they can do is intervene in ways that are definitive, that give people a sense that the government has their back at some level. And what we're proposing is an emergency intervention. I'm not suggesting that you could do this forever. You could not. But I just think, given what people have been through, given the fact that we are now heading into autumn and winter, I think that level of assurance should be given. And by the way, other countries have done this. In fact, the Netherlands, over the last 48 hours, was just the latest European government to intervene, to give that level of just certainty and comfort to people. And then beyond that, it'll be no surprise for people to hear, we need concrete interventions to support businesses. And agriculture is a business. The farmers are in the business of producing, but also turning a profit and making a living for themselves. We need interventions, obviously, in health and housing and all of the kind of social supports that I know are so essential to rural communities. So on Friday, Pearse Doherty will set out our full package. And then we will be pressing the government on budget day to really pull out all of the stops.
I will pick you up on something there in relation to just what you were saying about businesses. And farming is a business, and we have a lot of agri-business here on the ploughing site today that are primarily exporting to Britain. And I think Michelle O'Neill is around with you today as well. Just in terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol, nothing is happening there. There's a sense of abeyance for the businesses who trade over the border and don't know what to do. How can they have any certainty?
So, well, let me give this certainty. The protocol is necessary. The protocol has the full support of all of our European partners and of the United States of America. President Biden, I think, is meeting the new Prime Minister, the new Tory Prime Minister, to set out again the reality that if there is damage done to the Good Friday Agreement, to Ireland and to Irish interests, well, then they will not get their trade deal with the United States. So I think people should take some level of comfort and confidence from that. But the reality still is that we have to deal with the British government and a British system that has been not just indifferent to Irish needs and interests, but actually quite malicious by my estimation. So we have to stick with this. We've all held our nerve this far. The European partners, ourselves, across the board, with the exception of the DUP and a section of political unionism, and transatlantically, and we need to keep that going. And Michelle O'Neill, as First Minister designate, all of our ministerial team who are still in position, and the entire Sinn Féin leadership, all of us work day and daily to make sure that the protections that we need for all island trade are kept intact.
Mary Lou MacDonald, we're just running out of time. Thank you very much for joining us on the AgriLand stage at the AgriLand Pavilion today. I know you're continuing your tour around the ploughing site today. So that's all from the live stage here at the AgriLand Pavilion. We'll head back out to the ploughing site now to the AgriLand team who are out and about getting the latest.
I'm here now with Eamon Stack of Range Therapy on day 2 of the ploughing. Eamon, thank you for joining me.
Delighted, Megan, to be here.
So listen, Range Therapy has a variety of products which store electricity and products that can fast charge electric vehicles and extend the range of those vehicles. Yes. But I also have a big metal box here behind me, Eamon. Yes. So tell me what this is and what does it do?
So we call this the Range Trailer.
Okay.
And I'll just open it up and show you.
Open it up and give us a look.
There we go. And we can put on the lights. So
wow.
So this is a large battery.
Okay.
So it formerly came from an electric car.
Okay.
And now it's going to be used as a storage unit. And the main purpose of it is to store electricity when it's cheap and then use it when it's expensive. So we need to just transfer our energy use. Ireland generates a huge amount of energy at night that we don't use.
Okay.
From all our wind turbines, hundreds of them.
Okay, and that's why energy, you hear about night rate energy, and energy can be cheaper at night.
Absolutely. It's about being smart with our energy use. Up to now, we've been just consumers without thinking about what it costs and when it's cheap and when it's expensive. Now we need to know that. So also you can combine this with solar. So if you have a large solar array, you need a large battery to store the power from the solar array. And this is what we're saying, to introduce to Ireland the use of our big batteries.
Okay, so we charge this unit up at night time when electricity is at its lower rate.
Absolutely, yeah.
And essentially it stores it then, and it can have any number of applications. I mean, we have lights here. What else do you have? You have an iPad there,
I'm charging my iPad just while I'm here and so on.
Brilliant.
And some child asked me, could I cook sausages with it?
Okay,
to bring
brilliant.
it camping and
so
so on. So that it.
You can charge your iPad.
But the most significant question I've been asked by a lot of farmers is, can I power welders from this?
Okay,
because machines break down out in the farm, they need to weld, and absolutely no power.
And that's where the element of it being a trailer comes in. So I don't know if we can see on the camera, but actually at the far side of this hooks up to a van, a tractor, whatever, and you can take this around with you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, and in that sense, then it has another purpose, which could be used by garages and hotels, especially for tourists. It can charge electric cars.
Right.
And say a tourist might make a mistake and forget to charge their car, and so a garage can go out and fast charge them. Like in 10 minutes, give them enough charge to get to the
we've
car.
all heard of someone renting the electric vehicle and getting stuck out in the Kerry Peninsula or something like that.
Yeah, you know, and tourism is such a huge part of our economy.
Absolutely,
we also need to serve that market, so we think this is really important.
And I suppose we're at the Ploughing, looking to agriculture then. What sort of applications can this have? I know you mentioned machinery, welding, but you know, for the farmer themselves, on farm, what can this do?
We talked to Teagasc about the farming needs, and it turns out the most significant one is dairy farmers.
Yes, yeah.
So dairy farmers are milking their cows from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock at night, when electricity is most expensive. So we all know now
peak use time. Everyone's home from work and you're up at,
So what we did our sums and said, you know, could this power a milking parlour for a full session? No problem.
Not a problem,
It will be really smart for the dairy farmer to charge this up at cheap rate at night and then do his milking with the cheap electricity. Like it could save up to 4 times the current energy costs.
Okay, and look, we are going into an energy crisis, and for whatever reason that may be, that's what we're facing. I suppose everybody is, you know, we even hear stories of even Christmas lights won't be on as long. So, we don't want anybody to be in the dark or cold this winter. And when it comes to animals, you know, it's not the cow's fault. They've got to be milked twice a day. That's just how it is. So here's an opportunity to perhaps save maybe up to 4 times on that.
Absolutely.
What size of a dairy farm? Are we looking at the smaller end or what size?
So with the Teagasc, we looked at the midpoint. 100 cows. We think 100 cows.
Okay, 100 cows.
So you have a 40 kilowatt hour battery, a 40 unit battery for that. It's kind of the mid range. And then there'll be a bigger battery for even bigger farms. So you size it to the need. Now, what's also interesting, of course, is dairy farms have very valuable product that has to be kept cold.
Yes,
and so you don't just power it to keep it cold, you need a backup unit.
Okay.
This thing is the perfect backup.
This is your backup.
You charge it up and it would hold the energy for 6 months.
Oh,
and
wow.
No diesel generator, no whatever, because you'd have to have the diesel generator maintained and pay a contract. Whereas this thing is static. And this is Irish.
So it's essentially a large battery pack, power bank for your phone on a new level, really.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and it's larger scale.
And what about then the battery that's in it? Where does the battery come from?
So the strategy, which should be an Irish strategy, is we have 50,000 electric cars at the minute.
Yes.
And then some of them crash, and then some of them just get old to decommission. So the batteries out of those cars has a happy future as long as you're not demanding the energy output of a car.
So they're reused batteries?
They're reused batteries, second life. And they, people keep asking me, how long will they last? And I said, we estimate 20 years. It'll still be over 60% capacity.
So you're not going to need to replace the battery in this after a couple of years. It's going to last you long term.
After last you long term. And then, it's extraordinary when you do the numbers. in about 15 years' time, we could have tens of thousands of these batteries in Ireland, Irish-owned batteries that need somewhere to go.
Because there's a push to move towards electric vehicles. There's a scheme now for getting yourself one and all of that kind of thing. So what happens then, I suppose, when you move to an electric vehicle and whatever happens, you crash, whatever, the battery is lying around.
There,
that's where you come in.
So what might be interesting is a 15-year-old car itself might be only worth a few €100, but the battery in that car would be worth €3,000.
Okay,
so we're in a new economic reality here where your old car is still very valuable because of the battery.
Yeah, so this is really, really new and innovative, and I suppose to maybe tell people, is this still in research and development? Is this at market? Are you hoping to get to market soon? Where are we at?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So this is a prototype.
Okay,
in some ways it looks nice, in some ways it looks prototype. We think we have another year and a half to improve the physical structure and then to improve the software and the electronics before we get to pre-production. And then what we want to do is get those pre-production units out into the field to be tested. And to do that we need support and funding.
Of course,
So we do. Now the other thing what we do is the SEAI give grants to people to buy batteries. So we want to negotiate with them so that when it is on the market, that people who want it, for their dairy farms, for their B&Bs and their hotels, they can get a grant to purchase it because energy storage is in the national interest.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely going to be in everybody's interest. It's definitely something we were already looking towards in terms of, sustainability, climate change. We were already looking to move away from that fossil fuel powered energy, but now I suppose with various geopolitical events and things like that, looking to something like this in terms of in a time of energy crisis, it's definitely you're obviously going to push to keep developing this and an interesting road ahead.
Yeah. So can I tell you, it has one party trick.
Oh, so give us a look.
Its little party trick, is that at midnight it checks the weather forecast. And so it makes a decision. It's got a little bit of smarts, and it decides: is there enough sunshine tomorrow? Hoping Jerry Murphy got it right to power my work tomorrow, or do I need to just plug in and get nighttime electricity?
Okay,
so
that's
we
very
think this
good.
is a very strategic use, especially because we're in a place on the planet where the winter and summer light is very, very different.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's nearly helping the user, the owner, to make that decision, because your regular person may not know. Oh, that's enough sunshine to power it.
That's right.
So this will help you with that decision.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay. Well,
that is great.
That's amazing, Eamon, and listen to yourself and everyone else who's involved in the business. Very best of luck. I think it sounds very interesting, and hopefully you get a lot out of the ploughing over the next 2 days.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. We're continuing our theme today of sustainability, environment and climate, and I'm joined live on the stage now by Barry Caslin, an energy specialist with Teagasc, and of course Pat Smith from Local Power and chair of the MREF. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. Pleasure. First, Barry, I might go to you. Obviously we're talking about renewable energy. It's something that's very topical at the moment because we are in what some are calling an energy crisis, and at times like this, what do you do when energy prices become too expensive, or the traditional means of getting electricity or energy become more delicate? They look to alternative sources. So in your discussions with farmers, what are you advising them currently?
Yeah, thanks very much for the invite to be here. Well, I suppose the first thing that I'll say is there's nothing new about renewables. They've been around for a long time. They've been used in several countries right across the world, and the technologies for the various types of renewables are improving. And there's farmers who are looking at AD biogas in countries like Germany and all over Europe, Denmark, where they're producing their own renewable gas. So they're producing gas. At the moment, Denmark, for example, 20% of their gas is coming from renewable gas, from biogas. They hope to be at 100% biogas, renewable gas by 2035. So you're seeing different kind of levels of progression in different countries right across Europe for the different types of renewables. And of course that's all down to policy in the various countries, what's driving it. So unless policy is initiating all of this, you won't see the development of renewables. Renewables is going to need lots of land. So that's where you're going to see farmers dedicating some of their land to the likes of wind turbines, solar PV panels for the larger scale projects, And also the biomass, so it could be forestry, pulpwood from forestry, or it could be purpose-grown energy crops that could be used for generating renewable heat. So they're the main types of renewables that farmers are looking at the moment. In more recent times, I suppose the drive, the increase in the price of electricity has really got a lot of farmers talking about, especially areas like solar PV, and that particular technology has really caught on over the last 3 or 4 years in Ireland, where people are realising they can insulate against higher electricity prices by generating their own electricity on site. There are supports available for the likes of solar PV through the likes of the TAMS, the Targeted Agricultural Modernisation Scheme. So I think the farmers who's most relevant to are the ones that use the most electricity. So the ones that are using the most electricity would be the likes of pig farmers, poultry farmers, our dairy farmers, and of course the horticultural industry. Our beef farmers wouldn't be using that much. They'd use more electricity in their own domestic dwelling houses than they would on the farm. But in some cases, you know, the farm and the sheds and the house are on the same meter, and it can make sense for them to be looking at solar PV to cover the whole lot, because it might be a sizable electricity load between the farm and the house when you put it all together, particularly at some times of the year. The technology has improved a lot in terms of its efficiency over the last number of years, and you know, I think now is the time with electricity prices in some cases going north of 40 cents, in some cases going north of 50 cents by some providers, that farmers should be looking at this as an option for generating their own energy.
And I might talk to you then about solar, Pat. Obviously something that Barry has mentioned there, trying to encourage this into various different farm enterprises. What's the uptake like from agriculture in terms of solar?
Certainly, I think agriculture is going to see a mass increase in solar PV in the coming years. It's going to be driven in the first instance by the economics of it, and then obviously the fact that the farming community in particular want to be as sustainable as possible. We know that the government is looking at providing specific grants for the farming community for solar PV, and those grants need to be generous so that the paybacks are below 5 years. They need to get rid of the restrictions in TAMS so that the system is sized correctly and to meet the farmers' needs and to comply with ESB networks. And for example, like what Barry said on a dry stock farm, I don't see why farmers shouldn't get a grant for their home as well, for the energy used in their home as well as the farm, because some of that energy in the home is to provide for offices or whatever else. So I think the challenge for the government has to be now to come forward with a scheme that's easily accessible, that makes sense to farmers, that removes all the restrictions, and that supports not alone the solar PV but also supports battery storage, so that the farming community can store surplus energy during the day, discharge it in the evening at milking time or during the nighttime hours, and then potentially recharge on cheaper energy at night. There is an energy crisis, as we all know, and if the government are supporting enough of this, there's 100,000 farmers out there that very quickly could adopt the technology and certainly help the country deal with the crisis.
In terms of installing solar, Barry, I mean, are there questions that farmers need to be asking?
Yeah, well, certainly I'd be saying, you know, there's a lot of the companies that are there have not been there that long, and I would, you know, you really have to look at the credentials of the company that's supplying you with the technology. You know, what work have they done in this area? I think that's very, very important, that you can see what have they done in this area, especially within the agricultural sector, because you have many of them working in the domestic sector, many of them have only been working in this area maybe 1 or 2 years and mightn't have that much experience. So you'd be looking for that as a key point of their previous work in this area. Where they're getting the technology from, what country it's coming from, you know, is it European based, is it Asian based? Has that technology been used within agricultural systems before? How robust is that technology? There's glass on glass and the aluminium, the foil in between, the laminate in between, and that's very, very important in the case of where you have ammonia emissions in the likes of maybe pig units or poultry units, that you look at the robustness of that technology, that it won't degrade or corrode over a couple of years. You're also looking at the product warranty and the performance warranty of it as well, to make sure that you know that you have over 20 years product warranty, and also the performance warranty. Like, we know they degrade in terms of their output year on year, and it may be anywhere between 0.5% and 1% degradation in terms of the kilowatt hours of electricity that 1 kilowatt of solar PV will produce in a year. So it will reduce year on year, and you have to factor that into your, when you're looking at this over maybe 15, 20 years and you're looking at your paybacks, you have to factor that into it as well.
Pat, we previously spoke, you and I, about the level of support that's there for renewable energy and the grants that are available, what's included, what's not included, whether farmers can export back to the grid. Since I last spoke to you, do you see any light on the horizon in terms of the support that's coming from the government?
I think that they are starting to get their act together. However, the Department of Agriculture, I think, are going to come forward with a very good scheme, hopefully for the farming community. But the Department of Energy and Eamon Ryan's department, their policy is to get rid of grants for commercial solar. And I think it's regressive at a time when there's so many businesses under immense pressure, and a lot of businesses supporting the agricultural sector, where one client of mine, his energy bill has gone from 40 grand to 130 grand a month. Now, how are people and businesses like that going to survive? So the government have to come forward with very strong supports, but there's none better than empowering people to help themselves. And a good grant, easily accessible, I think, will be is the first thing, and then obviously access to the grid. And I think Barry hit a very pertinent thing in the context of farmer doing his research. The technology. Farmers should look at the installation of a solar PV system like a building fabric rather than as a machine. And there's warranties out there that can guarantee generation of 90% after 30 years, and they're European warranties. And a European warranty generally covers parts, labour and transport. An Asian warranty covers parts only. So I think the farming community is very good at doing their research, and I think they should take on board Barry's advice in regards to the technology.
Go ahead, Barry.
An important point there as well is the whole planning area is what they should be looking at as well, because in a lot of cases a dairy farmer will need in excess of 11 kilowatts of solar PV, and they're into planning territory at the moment when they're over about 9 kilowatts. So it's not really enough. So we've been hearing for quite some time that the planning laws are going to be amended and that they will be freeing it up for projects that are under 50 kilowatts to meet the requirements of the microgeneration support scheme. So hopefully that does change soon, because many farmers will have to go for planning if they're actually putting it in today, if they're doing projects over 9 kilowatts. So it's just something to be aware of before you face into a project.
I would say on that, and I was talking to the Department of Planning last week. In fact, I phone them nearly every week because we're 4 years trying to get these planning exclusions. And I took a view after Christmas last year. Every week I get in touch with them. And as of last week, they tell me that the legislation will be brought before the Dáil in the next 2 weeks and will be passed. And once that happens, hopefully the planning exclusions will be in place. It is incredible that something as basic as providing planning exclusions for solar PV has taken 4 years. There's something wrong.
That is true. I mean, we've put in, regular queries to see when this planning legislation relating to the exclusions is going to come forward. And it seems at a time when we are in an energy crisis and energy has never been more topical and to the fore, and trying to find alternative solutions, not just that are economical but environmentally friendly, that it's not being progressed faster.
And what you find in some cases that people are undersizing the panels that they actually really require. Instead of putting in their 14 or 15 kilowatts, they're downsizing to 9 kilowatts to comply with planning. So
I see what you mean. And Pat, you have a solar power company. Is it worth the while, without a sales pitch, but is it worth the while of a farmer, maybe a farmer in his 50s, a farmer in his 60s, to go putting in solar now when you're kind of looking more at a long-term return on it?
Yeah, it's well, definitely a euro saved is as good as a euro earned. With energy prices today, the payback, even without a grant, is starting to become more attractive. And with a grant, I think it will become very attractive, and the paybacks hopefully will be in the 3 to 4 year payback period. But just to, on a light-hearted note, I put solar in for an oldish guy about 4 years ago in Longford. And he had done his research and he picked my company because of the quality of panels that we use. And he wanted 5 kilowatts on a relatively small house. And I says, Joe, I said 3 kilowatts is probably enough. But anyway, he ended up getting 5. And I asked him, what at your age are you bothered about solar PV and the likes? And he says he's closer to the gates of St. Peter than I was, and he reckons there's a sustainability box to be ticked up there. So
he might be right. He might be right. We're all trying to be more sustainable now.
And that's the reality of it, that everyone talks about climate change, but we all have a role, and there's a big cost to making that change. And if every one of us put our shoulder to the wheel and do a bit, then the journey for everyone will be a lot lighter.
When you were also talking about the area of solar, I think it's an important point to make as well. I don't think we've made it up to this point, is that accelerated capital allowances or tax breaks are available for farmers that do invest in this area. That's very, very important that those tax benefits are there. Who knows how long they will be there, but certainly it's something that dairy farmers, pig farmers, poultry farmers can avail of at the moment. And along with that, the VAT component can be written off as well. They don't have to pay the VAT component. That can be done through a VAT 58 form, and they can claim it back at the end of the tax year. So there are 2 benefits that people need to be aware of also.
So Barry, finally, I might just say to you, what is the advice now for a farmer considering solar, or maybe not even at the first step of considering solar, who doesn't know too much about it, but what would you advise them to do right now, particularly given that you've mentioned there about what might be just timely grants or sort of benefits they can get at the moment?
This is the most important thing that any farmer does, especially as the high energy users, is to look at their current energy use and monitor their energy use and see how much electricity they're using. Many farmers don't do that, but most of them are becoming more aware of it now that they should be doing it. So I'd say it's just looking at their electricity bills, looking at their bi-monthly bills, seeing what they're paying on an annual basis, knowing what are the key months, and then maybe speaking to an energy specialist. It could be through their local one-stop shop, and just trying to decide how many kilowatts of solar PV do they need. There may be other options that may come in the future for those farmers as well, in terms of maybe supplying grass for anaerobic digesters. I think you are going to see lots of opportunities. We're only at the start of this now. We're going to see a rapid transition in the way we produce and use energy all over Europe, all over the world, and this is the start of this new renewable transition. So farmers just need to be aware of what's the technologies that suit them, but first of all they need to benchmark where they're at the moment in terms of their energy usage and move the project along from there.
Absolutely, and we'll leave it there for now. We could talk about renewable energy all day long, and I think as time goes on, more and more is going to come out. I can vouch for the monitoring of the current electricity usage, because just from a personal point of view, I got an energy monitor, and it is absolutely phenomenal how much it opens your eyes to things that you had no idea were costing the energy that they're costing, and it has made me more self-aware in reducing my energy usage as well, not just for the economical side of it, but for the environmental as well. So that's definitely a very good first step. But gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on the live stage here at the Agriland Pavilion today. Pat Smith, the chair of the MREF from Local Power, and of course Barry Castellan, energy specialist with Teagasc. So we'll head now back out to the Ploughing site, where the Agriland team are out and about carrying out some more interviews.
A growing problem in Ireland is the issue surrounding food waste. I'm delighted to be joined here by Pauline McDonough of My Waste. Pauline, food waste. What's the story with it?
Well, the story is that if we don't separate it within our own kitchens, we're losing it as a resource. So there's a whole amount of energy and nutrients in food waste when we throw it away. And what we're trying to encourage people to do down here at the Ploughing is to separate it in your kitchen so we can use it as a resource.
And this is quite a helpful little bin you've got here now.
Yeah, so we're giving out these free kitchen caddy packs, and these are also available from local authorities and from your waste collector. And the idea is that you keep it in your kitchen on your countertop, and it's a reminder to separate your food waste. So in the caddy pack we're also giving a compostable liner which you use to keep the bin clean, and we've also got an information leaflet in here for the public.
Absolutely. And this is quite an interesting display you've got behind us there. Can you just run through this now?
Yeah, so what we also do is try and just help people to do it right. So the most important thing when you're separating food waste is we only want food waste in there. So if you, for example, bought something and you didn't finish eating it, you don't put this into the bin. You must separate out the food waste. But unfortunately, people do that. So as you can see, all of these things like containing packaging like this can't be put into the food waste bin. But when we move on to our next exhibit here, you can see that this is all raw and cooked food. We're showing it in the composting bag here, and we're also showing you in some cases that there's compostable packaging which can go into the food waste bin.
Absolutely. And you said there's obviously a lot of lost resources in not recycling.
Yeah.
How much is this contributing to loss in bio and composting?
Yeah, well, this is just growing. So we're starting to really grow Ireland's bioeconomy. And what we can do is create a compost or a fertiliser, which is full of nutrients that can be used in horticulture and in agriculture and in leisure situations up and down the country. We're producing the resource here from food waste on the island, and then we're using it on the island as well. So if we move to the end, you can just see here the compost that we can make in just 8 weeks in an industrial composter.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And what has the interest been like here at the Ploughing with regards to getting involved and getting good knowledge on it?
It's phenomenal. So we are so busy, people up and down trying to talk to us about separating their food waste, and they're picking up the free starter packs as well.
And for the long-term future, what do you see for My Waste?
Yeah, well, My Waste is Ireland's official guide to waste management. So we see this growing. We're trying to help people with positive climate actions, helping them within their own households to know more on how to contribute positively around preventing waste, separating waste, and recycling waste.
And this is obviously a lot of households, and probably a little guilty, myself included, of not separating their waste.
Yeah.
And it's a vast and quite staggering display here. So just what you lose when you don't separate.
Exactly. So, and the thing is as well that, like, if you leave the food in the packaging, you can neither recycle it nor compost it. So we're losing twice.
Yeah, it's
we're
double
losing
whammy.
a double whammy, exactly.
Double whammy.
And that's the whole point of the kitchen caddy. If you have this, it reminds you all the time about the food waste. And because it's small, you're just more likely to put the food waste in it.
Absolutely. So recycling, separation, big key message here.
And all of the information is on mywaste.ie. People can go in, they can pose questions to us, we'll answer them. We also have an A to Z on all hundreds of different types of Irish products and packaging and what you can do with them to be more sustainable.
Well, I think it's a lesson to us all, Pauline. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. We're back to our live discussions now again, and I'm joined on our live stage by Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, Charlie McConalogue. Minister, thank you for joining us today.
Stella.
So I suppose we've a lot to talk about, but the most important thing that I must talk to you about is the elephant in the room. We're at the National Ploughing Championships, and obviously there's consideration being given to suggestions and recommendations that there may be a ban on ploughing on certain carbon-rich soils, or certainly at least min-till on certain soils. Relative to what we're experiencing today and the importance of an event like this, how do you feel about that proposal?
Yeah, I mean, ploughing is an absolutely essential part of our farming model. It's been critical to our tillage sector in particular, and it's been critical for reseeding and for good management of grassland as well. Obviously, we have seen movements towards min-till in recent years, which has worked really well in terms of a cost point of view and been a very useful tool too. But it's going to be really important going forward that we continue to have effective management of our grassland. So there's no proposals in place in relation to banning ploughing. Obviously, as we step out into the years ahead, we're going to have to look at how we manage our grassland well, how we make sure that it's as productive as possible, how we make sure it reduces emissions, but alongside that, the role of ploughing is going to remain essential in my view.
I'll move to the acre scheme now, obviously something that you have been a big proponent of. And when the acre scheme initially came out, which is, I suppose, like reps and not like reps, depending on what farmer you talk to, but a lot of them are saying that they've looked into the detail of it, they've spoken to advisors, and while there seems to be more money invested in this scheme, farmers will get less in their pockets. So we're hearing, and I don't know if you anticipate this, but a lesser uptake of this scheme than maybe initially was anticipated.
No, I don't think so, and certainly I would hope not, because I think it is a really strong scheme, and I put 50% extra funding into this environmental scheme, and one of the key commitments I had before the government was formed, and in terms of my own party's manifesto, Fianna Fáil manifesto at the last election, was a really strong environmental scheme if we were successful in government. And like all three parties are very committed to actually a strong environmental scheme, and I think that's what we have. Obviously, it is primarily European funding, about 60-40. So it has to meet standards and conditions in relation to the overall European CAP plan. So, and that means that you're paying farmers for doing certain actions, and those actions have to comply with the overall objectives at European level that are then translated into national level. And in terms of putting the scheme together, I've been working with the team in the Department of Agriculture to make sure that that we keep it as straightforward as we can. But I suppose bottom line is it does have to have conditionality, it does have to have actions, and while we will be trying to seek to ensure that it is practical for farmers and that we put very significant funding into it, there is obligations there. And that can be frustrating, but that's part of drawing down public money, a mixture of European money and national money. I'm engaging closely with the farm representatives and all of the organisations at the moment in relation to feedback. I know it's a big task now over the next few months for agricultural advisors working with farmers to get as many applicants in as possible. I want as many to join up as possible. I want to make sure that we have as many as possible in that first tranche, and that we have as many fully involved in the scheme next year, and then to roll it out quickly afterwards. But I understand that frustration. People want it to be more straightforward, schemes to be more straightforward than they are. I want them to be as straightforward as possible. But you have to, since it's public money and then European money, which is part of the overall CAP plan, it has to be delivering on those objectives and actually paying for certain measures.
I think some of the concerns are surrounding the scorecard system. Now, we know this kind of system has been used previously in other schemes, but they were kind of to a smaller extent. They were smaller schemes. This is, I think, envisage 50,000 applicants if the full uptake is taken. That's a phenomenal amount of work for advisors, be it Teagasc, be it ACA or whoever's involved. Is it manageable?
I think it's a challenge, but I think it is manageable. But I'm not underestimating that it won't be without difficulty in terms of getting up and running. But it is the new way of the Common Agricultural Policy operating. The new CAP across the board for every country, and for our countries, for our national CAP plan to be approved and get approval to draw down that European funding. The schemes do have to be results-based in nature. That's a step change from the outgoing CAP, where schemes were more about actions. If you did the action, the result wasn't necessarily measured. Now it's not so much about the action, it's about what the result is and paying based on that. And that's the obligation on us. We don't have wriggle room in that if we want to do European and draw down the European CAP funding. So it's something that's going to be more of a challenge for farmers to adjust to. It's more of a challenge certainly for advisors as well. But I think the objective at Europe in terms of the European CAP is that actually it puts the focus on what the outcomes are. And listen, we don't have a choice but to work with it, but certainly as Minister what I want to do is ensure that it's as practical as possible. I'm listening carefully. I'll listen now as the schemes roll out to see how they're working in practice, and to make sure that they're as practical as possible too. And ultimately what I want to ensure here is that we have a good strong environmental scheme and other good strong schemes too, which are paying significant funds to farmers, underpinning farm family incomes, and which are as practical as possible in terms of the delivery.
Minister, is it viable for dry stock or part-time farmers? I mean, we have, Adol representatives saying that you need acres for acres, and that they are going to be, smaller farmers will be relying on these top-up payments. Is it viable for them?
Yes, I think so. Absolutely. I think farmers are obviously going to have to look at the measures that are there. The measures are open to everyone and to every farming type. They might be less attractive to some farm types than others, but they're open to everyone, and farmers will get paid the same for those measures across various farm enterprise types as well. And I think farms with relatively small to medium size will be able to build a good, strong payment in it. It does mean adopting those actions and implementing them and then getting paid for them. And listen, I mean, my farm has been to try and support all farmers, particularly to give a fair crack of the whip to small and medium-sized farmers. So if you go back, for example, to the REAP scheme which I introduced, which was a pilot scheme to prepare the pathway to get learnings going in terms of the advisors that were taking part, and also to get learnings for the farmers. If a farmer had just over 22 acres in that, they were able to draw down the full amount of the REAP scheme up to, which was work at the max worth about 12,000 over 2 years. So you didn't have to be large to do it, but you had to take on board the action. So now in this scheme, I think farmers of all types will be able to build a payment, but it does require doing those actions.
The actions though as well, I mean, we're hearing from farmers as well, inflation's biting. So some of, the methodologies or the actions that they have to take might cost a bit more nowadays than they would have even 6 months ago.
Well, I'm not so sure that's the case. So some of the actions, for example, are about lower input in terms of fertilizer, and the adoption of multi-species sward, etc. Those are win-wins, because all of the research is happening now in terms of whether it's Chuggas. They're doing great work in Johnstown Castle. I recently visited the UCD Lions Estate farm and the research they're doing, comparing traditional Italian ryegrass to clover swards to multi-species swards. And the evidence is actually, in terms of all that research, that animals on clover sward and animals on multi-species sward are actually performing more strongly, that actually there's better weight gain, earlier kill rate, and more dry matter produced on the land, is more dry matter grass produced of the same area, but with significantly reduced fertilizer input. Now, it does require good attention to detail in relation to soil fertility, etc., but that reduces costs while maintaining and in some cases being able to increase production, and also bringing you into that sphere where you're able to avail of acres too. So I think it makes even more sense in many ways in the new higher cost environment to consider that.
I need to talk to you widely now about the energy crisis and the cost of living difficulties that everyone across Ireland, farm families and others, are experiencing at the moment. You are in a party that's a coalition partner. Farmers have had massive increases this year on feed, fuel and fertiliser. This came as a result of many different factors. Ukraine, Russia, we had come out of COVID, Brexit is also still biting in our agri-trade business. What can you say ahead of the budget next week that's going to reassure people that are watching this today, farm families that I suppose the Department of Agriculture is responsible for in trying to keep a sustainable and viable income and enterprise for farming in this country? How can you help them meet the cost rises that they're now experiencing?
Yeah, well, listen, obviously until the budget is published and agreed, I can't go into what the measures will be. But what I'd say is farmers can be absolutely assured that I'm doing everything possible now in relation to the government negotiations and the budgetary negotiations to ensure that the budgetary package is one that reflects the challenges that are in the sector and that supports farm families. And what I'd also say is to look at my forum and the government's forum over the course of this year in relation to actually responding to the challenges that were there for farmers and responding particularly to the challenge that emerged as a result of the illegal invasion of Ukraine. So obviously that put significant pressure on energy, significant pressure on fertiliser because Russia is a big supplier there, and also significant pressure on feed costs because of the real important role Ukraine plays in world grain supply. And to respond to that, I put in place the fodder scheme, which delivered up to €1,000 per farm family for making fodder and hay this year, and also put in place the tillage scheme as well, which delivered €400 a hectare for additional grain grown. Now, in terms of the grain, that has seen about just under a 7% increase in relation to the area under tillage this year, which has been very positive. And in relation to the drawdown of the fodder scheme, we have seen over €50 million delivered there to support farmers, and that's to ensure that activity is maintained, but particularly to support farmers in relation to the cost of fertiliser and the cost of contracting, which is highest in relation to really that piece of making fodder. And I think it's put us in farmers have responded really strongly to that national challenge over the course of this year, and we're in a strong position now coming out of the ploughing here, going into the winter in relation to our national fodder situation, and also an increasingly strong as well in relation to grain. And today then I announced as well that there will be a tillage scheme next year as well, and give confirmation on that. I felt it was important with the approval of Minister for Public Expenditure Michael McGrath to do that here at the Ploughing, because the fact that ploughing is so much about tillage, so much about our cereal sector, and I hope that will give the confidence now going into next year. And again, likewise in relation to green, the budget, my key objective is to look to support farm families next year.
Well, farming is an enterprise and it's a business, but farmers are not supported in the energy support scheme, or not included. Why, I suppose a farmer might ask, why can they not apply under that scheme?
Well, so listen, in terms of the budget yet, we're finalising discussions across the range of supports that will be available across various parts of the economy. And I'm engaging with other ministers and with the Minister of Public Expenditure in relation to the supports that will have in place there. The supports in the ag sector have been, strong, I believe, even when you compare it to other sectors like the tillage scheme, the fodder scheme, the intervention in relation to supporting the pig sector, which was very, very significant and unprecedented. I think in the past, the largest payment that had ever been made to the pig sector to an individual farmer before was €3,000. In the payments that I just made last week to the pig sector, a very significant percentage of pig farmers received a cheque of up to €100,000. That's a reflection of the massive pressure they were under.
So, it was necessary.
And it was necessary, but it was a really important intervention to support them. And then likewise in the horticulture sector, that scheme that I put in place this year to support them again with high energy costs. So now listen, as we look at the budget now next week, it's about looking at the range of options and what we bring to the table to support farmers, and particularly focusing on farm family incomes and how we can try and make sure they're as strong as possible next year.
And Minister, I might just ask you as well on I suppose, a party political note before you leave us here today. How would you feel about Bertie Ahern being re-enveloped back into the Fianna Fáil fold?
Listen, I don't think it's the issue, and I think the key objective...
It's an issue for some people on the ground, I will say. I mean, the one thing that we know about agriculture and farming and rural life in Ireland is that people have long memories too. And, while everyone is happy to move on and we work off a political system of the day, whatever that be a coalition and so on, people would still feel, some people, not all, but some people would still feel quite sore about that whole situation, the recession. A lot of people lost their businesses back in those days. But there is obviously mooted rumours now that perhaps Bertie could be re-enveloped back into the Fianna Fáil party.
Well, there's no moves afoot for that. There's been media coverage of it, and there's been a few members of the parliamentary party in the context of the Good Friday Agreement have emphasised the absolute importance. And let's be clear, and I've no doubt in this, I don't think we'd have a Good Friday. We would have had a Good Friday Agreement without Bertie Ahern and the Fianna Fáil party and the leadership that was shown at that time. That's now coming up to the 25th anniversary at Easter next year. And it was in that context that the discussion and his role was very much discussed at a parliamentary party meeting, and the absolute importance of recognising that, because you're right, people have long memories, and one of the long memories that people have is how central he was to that. And any time he speaks on the issue of Northern Ireland, I still stop to listen to what he's going to say because he's such credibility on it. And I think as a party we want to recognise that, because as our Taoiseach and the Fianna Fáil leader during that period, he provided massive leadership, and the Fianna Fáil party provided massive leadership, and the discussion that we were having around is ensuring that is marked now 25 years on, and also importantly that we work to ensure that actually the potential of the Good Friday Agreement is properly delivered upon, because we still 25 years on see the 1 foot in, 1 foot out, one party's out now, another party's out another time,
and that's creating massive uncertainty, of course.
It has been really unproductive and really unfortunate and unnecessary for Northern Ireland, because we all know in politics, and certainly I do, having been it now 11 years, it is about doing hard things at times. It's about making things happen. It's about doing things and taking grief for doing things, not doing things because you're afraid of the grief. You have to do the best you can and then explain it and stand over it. And that's what happened. That's fairness, with the role, the Good Friday Agreement and the important role Bertie Ahern played that time, as did everybody else. Everybody jumped at that time, but we haven't seen necessarily the level of responsible politics since then across a number of fronts in Northern Ireland to actually deliver on that. And I think as we come to the 25th anniversary now next year, it's important that that's reflected on. It's important we double down in relation to trying to implement that Good Friday Agreement, and that was the context that issue arose. But certainly it's not something that's in the offing, but what I think is really important and what I feel strongly about is recognising the massive role that Bertie Ahern as Taoiseach played and the Fianna Fáil played in that, and now also the role that we want to play and the Micheál Martin is playing and the Taoiseach is playing in relation to trying to drive that forward through the shared island approach, through the bringing the island together, through trying to improve services and have our people united as one in terms of how we live day to day and sharing our island. And I think that's something that we need to see happen in relation to northern politics itself as well, in terms of the way government is done there.
We have to appreciate too that there are people who don't want to be united as one, as an island, in Northern Ireland, and businesses up there that operate that way also.
Not talking in the political sense, I'm talking in the shared service sense, I'm talking in how we live. That there's not division between us, that we live together in the one island in a way where we cooperate in every way possible. And it was great to, I think Minister Poots is here today, and to welcome him here yesterday. And obviously Minister Poots is very specific views, from a political point of view. But we've worked together, and I've enjoyed a very strong relationship with him at a practical level in terms of actually the all-island agricultural sector, which the rules and the animal health is the same. So much of it is intertwined. And for example, both of us working together this year made a submission to the European Union for an all-island PGI status for Irish grass-fed beef, which is really, really unique, and which is going to enhance the capacity to market and add value to Irish beef abroad, both Northern Irish beef and beef from the Republic of Ireland. And that we've worked together in that regard, and that's what we see.
A decision on that PGI, a positive decision, I suppose.
Very hopeful in terms of stepping that out. But that's what we need to see then across all sectors, north-south, but also particularly in relation to making Northern Ireland work itself.
We're running out of time, I'm sorry. Minister for Agriculture, Charlie McConalogue, thank you very much for joining us here at the Agriland Pavilion at the National Ploughing Championships. It's time now to head back out to the ploughing site where our Agriland team are out and about chatting to all sorts of exhibitors. Stay tuned.
I'm here now at the DKIT stand in the hub on day 2 of the Ploughing Championships, and I'm with Dr. Caroline Stevens, who is Programme Director for the Masters in Agricultural Biotechnology and a lecturer as well. Thanks for joining me, Caroline.
No problem.
So listen, we just want to chat a bit about the ag programmes that DKIT offer. I suppose, do you want to tell me a little bit about, do you offer full-time, part-time? Is there a range of agricultural courses? What's on offer in DKIT?
Yeah, well, we have a range of programmes to suit everybody out there, really. We have our regular undergraduate 4-year honours degree programme.
Okay.
So that's a common entry now. So I think the points this year were 319. So students come in on that 4-year path to a level 8.
Yeah.
But they have 2 award options. So the first 2 years are kind of common for both streams. And then in 3rd year they can choose if they want to go down the sustainable agriculture route or agri-food production. And we have 2 different placements in 2nd year. At the end of 2nd year they do a farm placement, and then after 3rd year they do a second placement. And we offer that course in conjunction with Ballyhaise Agricultural College in Cavan.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So it's very practical.
Yeah, and so it's hands-on, and I suppose maybe whether it's fairly or not, ITs do have a reputation for being really good in terms of hands-on practicality and stuff like that. And I suppose when it comes to agriculture, that's the name of the game. So it's really good that you have the placements and things like that. Now, you mentioned sustainability there. Just to come back to that, how is the course focused on sustainability? Because that's the thing that's on everybody's lips now. So
so we've been, I suppose, talking about sustainability in our programs for a long time now, and it's something that right from first year it really is embedded in all of our courses, and not just sustainability in terms of energy and environment, also social sustainability and rural development, land use, and economic sustainability. So we have a lot of business on our programs as well, and I suppose we don't just give students the tools and the business skills that they need. We also give them the confidence to be able to go out as entrepreneurs and be able to diversify when it's needed, as well as giving them all of, I suppose, the advanced technologies, specifically in genetics and biotechnology. That's a big focus for us as well. And we have a master's option then as well, and the theme of that is agricultural biotechnology.
Okay.
So, when we were looking at developing an add-on, there was a demand from our students. A lot of them were going away to do level 9s elsewhere. And we focus our level 9 in agriculture and biotechnology because we feel biotechnology really can offer a lot of solutions to a lot of the challenges facing agriculture at the moment.
Hugely, and I suppose that's the way it's moving, I mean, talking about like genetics and things like sex semen and all of that, and better breeding techniques now, especially with the sectoral emissions targets coming in, and everybody's going to have to move in that direction, I suppose. Even at the Plowing, we see a huge amount of ag tech companies and things like that, so I suppose you would probably put a focus on those innovations, do you?
Yeah, huge focus. And even our undergraduate programme, they do quite a bit now of genetics and genomics in fourth year. So it's, you know, it is something that's from day one, it's something that they're aware of, and they're, I suppose, getting really used to those advanced technologies and very knowledgeable about them. And open to embracing them. That's what we would hope when they leave DKIT. They would be open to embracing these novel technologies and these new technologies.
Okay, and then I suppose looking to, I know you have the masters that they can go into after, but even maybe after that, is there a big demand for these graduates? It's a new program. It's a, well, I suppose the concept of sustainability and biotechnology and stuff is relatively modern and new. It's not something that was always there traditionally. So I imagine there is probably a great demand for these graduates.
Yeah, I know myself. I went out and visited some of our third years who were on placement over the summer.
Yeah.
And like the feedback from employers was they're so practical, they get stuck in, they come up with their own ideas, show initiative.
Yeah.
And even the number of employers who are saying, you know, we will take these students on full-time employment when they graduate.
Wow.
So yeah, there seems to be plenty of opportunities out there, and a lot of them are actually choosing to continue on with their education. There's much more of a demand now for level 9 programs.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And even quite a number of our graduates from the masters have actually gone on and are now doing PhDs. So,
okay, wow.
Yeah.
So people are really interested in going on and furthering their education to, I suppose, a higher level, and I suppose things are becoming more credentialised now. It's busy around us here today. We're in the hub, which is a great, I suppose, centre all around us. I can see different colleges and courses and things. Has there been good flow of people and interest?
Yeah, we've been pretty busy here actually, and we had quite a bit of interest in our part-time option as well, which is really, really popular.
Yeah.
This is just the second year of it, so it's something new. We're offering now a degree over 2 years, part-time, so it's for farmers that are farming full-time, and it's to give them the option to come back and maybe complete the degree they never got to do if they've done a green cert.
Brilliant, yeah.
So.
And why, if it was 2 years ago that it started, I suppose that would have come in COVID then, so...
Well, that was it. I think, we realised we can do this flexible delivery.
Yeah.
People are open to it. There isn't that fear now of going on Zoom for a lecture.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's actually working really well. They come into DKIT on Monday evenings, so it's one evening a week on campus, and then on a Wednesday evening they're online.
And it's really flexible then, by the sound of things. If it's evening times, I guess people can be working during the week and all of that, so it's really easy to manage education and a normal working life.
So it's never too late to come back and do your degree.
So is that the message then here today?
Yeah, I think so. We have a lot of people coming back who've been out of education for quite a while, and it's given them the opportunity to come back now and do their level 7 degree. So.
Perfect. Well, good for them, and I hope it goes well for you. Thanks so much for joining me, Caroline. Thank you.
A product with a massive potential development is biogas. I'm delighted to be joined here by Mark Hughes and Richard O'Loughlin of Vogelsang. Mark, I'll come to you first. Biogas in Ireland, what's the current market state for us?
That's a good question, William. Currently, the government has an objective under CAP 2021 to achieve biomethane to the value of 1.6 terawatts. Now, that's to assist in decarbonisation, and it would be also a benefit to achieve that in ensuring that we have gas development in Ireland as opposed to having to go and export energy into Ireland in today's situation. But I suppose to put it in context, 1.6 terawatts would be the development of between 30 and 40 new anaerobic digesters in Ireland. If we were to increase that to say maybe 100 anaerobic digesters in Ireland, we could increase that to 5.6 terawatts, which would give us so much more self-efficiency. 10 years ago, Vogelsang championed the technology to feed stocks into anaerobic digesters, and we used to have to bring people to Germany to educate them and to show them the technology. There's over 9,000 biogas plants in Germany, but to put it into context, here in Ireland, in Northern Ireland and in the south of Ireland, there are a total of 87 biogas plants. Only 10 of those are in the Republic of Ireland, and it's a great success story to the different biogas plants that are actually in existence in Northern Northern Ireland and operating mostly under agriculture. So there's a lot to do in the Republic of Ireland. There's great opportunities and there's good potential for becoming more sufficient in producing biomethane to become more self-sufficient in our energy.
Just coming to you there now, Richard, the difference between biogas in North and South, can you just highlight some of the differences in the legislations and the benefits for farmers up north, particularly in producing biogas?
Well, in Northern Ireland, it's a much different system because they've got good government subsidies in place to make them more financially viable. So of the 80-odd biogas plants in Northern Ireland, the vast majority are actually farm-based systems. Typically 500 megawatt systems, which are easily achieved by a decent sized farm. So they can actually make a decent financial return on it and cover the cost of the big investment putting into the biogas plant. So it's basically the government subsidies, the government support makes it viable in Northern Ireland, which is where we're lacking in the Republic of Ireland, really.
And then coming to, obviously, farmers are worried about the cost of energy being produced. What is the benefits of biogas for a farmer?
Well, the farmer, on a typical farm application, he's making both gas and heat. So say if he has a heat demand on the farm for maybe a pig farm or a chicken farm, then he can get heat off the CHP system. He's also making the gas, which can be used to generate electricity, which can go back into the grid, or they can convert it into biomethane, which can be exported into a gas injection system, which Gas Networks Ireland are also developing at the moment, to put more gas injection points into across the Republic of Ireland. So there are lots of options there of what to do with the gas as well.
And bar that for farmers, so what would be the benefits? Obviously are, as you said, quite vast across the range. What would you say to farmers about, a lot of them have a couple of fears of biogas? Those biogas quite scary to a couple of farmers. Is this as scary as people think it is, or is the image kind of perceived differently?
I think there's a lot of confusion between biogas and biomass, where biomass where you're burning waste to make gas. A biogas system is a completely sealed system, so there's no odours, there's no smell of anything on the site. It's a very, very safe system. The technology is well proven, and so there's no real risks for the farmer. He's also getting the benefit of the digestate is actually a much better fertiliser. So going through the biogas plant, typically where farms in Northern Ireland before they had a biogas plant were taking 2 cuts of silage. They're now taking 3-4 cuts of silage. So you've got the same amount of grass. So people think they're using grass to feed a biogas plant, so there won't be enough grass, but there's actually more grass being grown, which makes it much more viable longer term for the farms.
I think just to add to that as well, William, if you have a biogas farm in a local town, you can create a complete circular economy where the energy crops, as Richard said, are being fed into the digester. The slurry is used then to create the gas, but the digestate at the end is a very viable and really good nutrient-rich fertiliser that can be used. And with increasing costs of fertilisers as well, it's good for the farmers to have that as a second product. But in terms of also feeding into the digester food waste, and a lot of plants in Northern Ireland, they're taking in food waste, and that's not going to landfill, and that's actually going in to actually produce gas, which creates a nice circular economy in a local area, keeps transport costs down, and creates more energy in the long run.
So the benefits are absolutely wide-ranging. It's not just on farm; it goes wide beyond that.
It's not just for the farmer; it's for the local restaurants, the hotels. It's for the local people. There's a lot of benefits. If we can get the planners talking to the finance houses, there are a lot of educated people and a lot of knowledgeable people that know a lot about biogas here in the south of Ireland, and they just need to have, as Richard said, they need to have that carrot, they need to have that incentive to be able to move forward with it.
So absolutely, again, this seems to be a very interesting topic. So the development of biogas the next couple of years, a lot of benefits to the economy potentially. But lads, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you for calling back.
Thank you, and have a good week, lads.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships. I'm joined now on stage by Green Party Senator and, of course, Minister of State at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine, with responsibility for land use and biodiversity, Pippa Hackett. Minister Hackett, you're very welcome to the Agriland tent. It's good to be back ploughing again.
It certainly is, thank you Aisling, and it's wonderful to be here. I was here yesterday afternoon and all day today and tomorrow, and look, it's just great. I mean, the crowds out there today are something else. I don't think I've ever seen a ploughing so busy. And I think it just is indicative of what it means to farmers, to rural people, and it really epitomises everything that's wonderful about farming and rural life in Ireland. So it's wonderful to be back.
Absolutely. Minister, we might talk first about the organic farming scheme. You made an announcement this week about new entrants into the scheme, that we've got over 300 more farmers have entered the scheme. We have this scheme reopening again for applications in October. Obviously, the government have a big target here when it comes to increasing the land that is farmed organically. €256 million. It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and again, it's reflective of our ambition for the sector. We're starting off from a really low base in Ireland. I mean, most people watching here may well know, but Ireland is one of the lowest organic producers in terms of land area. We're at about 2% of our farmland. The average across Europe is about 9% now, and European ambition across Europe is to reach 25% of organic land by 2030. I mean, that's fairly ambitious as well. Our own ambitions here are to get it from that 2% to 7.5% by the end of the next CAP round, and that's what that €256 million has been secured for the next round of the CAP supports. That's a fivefold increase in funding for organics.
Is there a market for organic produce? That's a concern, that we're going to bring all of these farmers into the OFS scheme, and is there going to be a market for what they're producing? Are they going to get paid for this?
There will be a market. There is a market. I was, a couple of months ago, led Ireland's first ever trade mission to Germany, organic trade mission to Germany, and certainly what the feeling there was that we need more organic produce, certainly need more organic beef, organic dairy produce, particularly in something like cheddar cheese came up a number of times. And I think because we've coming from such a low base, we've never produced enough to hit those bigger markets. So, we're only killing maybe 100, 150 cattle a week. Pitch that against the national kill in terms of beef. It's tiny.
Is there a domestic market for this produce, do you think? Is there an appetite amongst the Irish public? Because often organic produce, it's more expensive. We've a cost of living crisis at the moment, and will people buy into that?
There is, and I think particularly for fresh meats and certainly dairy, I mean, they're very attractive to Irish consumers. And I think anyone who scans around even supermarkets over the last maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years, you will see more organic produce there for sale. And again, that's reflective of consumer trends. And look, organic can be more expensive. Sometimes it's not that much more expensive, particularly something like organic beef if you're producing it off a very much grass-based system. There's no really need for it to be more expensive. Admittedly, organic pork, organic poultry, yes, because they have a larger feed input requirement. That does make it more expensive.
For farmers who do become organic, the conversion, the process, the paperwork, is there anything we can do to streamline that process to make it more attractive to farmers? I know obviously the land has to take time to convert, but a lot of farmers say when they're in the organic scheme that we have to account for a lot of what we're doing, whereas maybe conventional farmers don't.
And it's actually an interesting narrative, that, because they have to, as you say, account for the fact that they don't use certain products or put certain things on their land, but that's part and parcel of it. I wouldn't say it's overly onerous. I mean, if any farmer considering converting, to get in touch with an organic certification body, they'll talk them through the process. And then after that,
can do to streamline that at the moment, you don't think?
There might be some streamlining which could do in terms of access to data. So even if you're a regular farmer, you're in a Board B, a quality assurance scheme. You get your check every 18 months, and then you might have your organic. I think so. I think I would like to see if there is any potential to streamline the two for sure, because I think anything that makes it easier for farmers to farm, as sustainably as possible has to be good.
I suppose in terms of, you were mentioning the different types of organic produce, but getting somebody who's a dairy farmer into the organic farming scheme, organic milk, the base price for conventional milk, for regular milk that isn't organic, is equal or even above organic milk price.
Absolutely, and I accept that. And I think if people are going into organics for only the premium, it's probably not the way to go. Look, certainly dairy, conventional dairy is a very strong position at the moment. I know input costs are rising, but they've certainly been, I think, supported from the marketplace in a way that the prices are very strong for conventional milk, and that's fine. We're not trying to force this really on anyone. it's an option. It might suit some farmers who are maybe at the, less stocked maybe as dairy farmers who maybe making that decision, like, do I go bigger or do I change what I do? There might be options there, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's an option for farmers, and I'd invite them all to certainly look at it.
That's the interpretation of organics, that it's for smallholders, for smaller farmers. What are we doing to attract bigger farmers into the organic
a wrong
scheme?
interpretation, actually, because I think the average land that we brought in under the last couple of times the scheme has been open, I think it's somewhere between 45 and 50 hectares, so those aren't small farms. And we did extend.
But we're changing the profile, so.
Well, we are, but I mean, it's open for big farmers or small farmers. I mean, we pay the full amounts up to 70 hectares, and that's very useful for bigger farmers. And we also made a change this year because many farmers felt that they were, for example, hill farmers or those on very marginal land who couldn't meet the stocking rate. We reduced that back down to the same stocking rate level for A and C. So we have opened the door to more extensive farmers, perhaps along the western seaboard, and that'd be a good thing. If those farmers are farming organically, certainly there are co-benefits for environment and water quality and so forth.
I want to move to forestry in just a minute, Minister, but I just want to ask you very briefly on organics. In terms of farmers considering going into the acres scheme, if I'm an organic farmer, how is that going to impact my payment?
It shouldn't. I mean, you're actually priority
from some payments in acres then.
There will be some overlap. So if something like a low input permanent pasture type payment under acres, you're already doing that if you're organic. So the European Union rules, there won't be any doubling up payments, but there's plenty of opportunity there. In fact, organic farmers will be prioritised for access to acres, and if it's a large farm, then you might get around a lot of it. But there's a lot of measures there in acres that will suit organic farmers, and I think there's great potential there to take from both schemes.
Yeah, you're obviously you've responsibility for land use as well. The sectoral targets have been obviously decided, but land use and of course land use and change in forestry, we don't have a target for that sector. When is that coming? I mean, I know that's still very far out. Can we stand over sectoral targets when we don't have that?
Well, we'll have to, and it's a hugely important part of the overall picture in terms of meeting our emissions targets. What we're currently doing between my department and the Department of Energy and Climate Action is a coordinated work to deliver on a land use review, and that was one of the programme for government commitments, to come up with a land use. So what we've done is the first phase of that, and we've utilised all sorts of our agencies, with my department, the EPA, and a wide variety have actually at this moment analysed what we do with our land, what we use our land for. The next phase of that is to sort of decide what might be best for certain parts of the land and how best we should use this land. And it's not just for climate action, really. In my mind, it's very much about communities and what will work best, and what could be things around flooding defences.
Could there be wins for farmers when we finally get a sectoral target there?
I think so, because then we might be able to. Nobody's going to be forcing anyone to do anything, but if we know the best use of certain parts of our land area.
What's the time frame for this?
Well, we hope to have this second phase completed in about 18 months. Now, it's been a long process. It's slow. It is slow, and that is a bit frustrating, but I think it's important we get it right in the end, and look, we do need to consult widely and make sure people understand what we're doing it and what we're doing it for.
Yeah, Minister, we're going to move to forestry because obviously we have a target to plant 18,000 hectares of forestry. Forestation rates aren't at that, and a lot of people who are involved in forestry would say that falls at your door. And why have we not increased planting rates?
Absolutely. A target at the moment is 8,000, not 18, but we do need to be moving almost towards something like that. You're not wrong in saying that. I suppose it's important to say at the top is that we have had a difficult last number of years with forestry, and really this has really started from the 2018-2019 time, when European court directives and Irish court judgments found Ireland in breach of EU directives, EU environmental law, and ultimately that is king. We have to operate within those, and that changed the way my department had to issue licences. It changed the processes we need to do. It changed the depth of information we needed to issue a license.
It's led to huge delays in licenses, and it's damaged confidence in planting as well.
It has, but certainly when I took office, there was an absolute crisis in terms of delivery of timber to the sawmill sector. There was a backlog, a huge backlog in terms of appeals. So licenses were issued and then appeals were taken against those licenses. Now, I introduced legislation within the first couple of months of getting into government. That has essentially dealt with the backlog in the appeals. So we had a situation where we had 1,000 in the appeals backlog, and now look, that comes through. We've about 30 now. People can still make appeals, as is the right, but our processes now of dealing with the appeals are much more effective.
So you happy where your department is at the moment dealing with the backlog?
I'm happy that we've made very big strides and significant improvements in terms of the backlog. In the licensing as a whole, I think if you compare last August with this August, we've probably halved that number in the pool, if you like. Our issue, as you indicated at the start, is certainly around afforestation, and that is a huge challenge. And absolutely, we have to do everything we can to improve that. We have a new forest strategy and a new forest programme to be rolled out from next year. And I think
talking
that's
to people here ahead of talking to you, Minister, one person told me that it's aspirational and that maybe the focus is on woodlands rather than commercial forestry, and this person made the point that we need commercial forestry. Farmers look at forestry very often as a pension pot, and often Sitka spruce, I mean, it's demonised perhaps sometimes by the Green Party maybe, or maybe environmental lobbies.
We do acknowledge we do need timber, and we absolutely need to be, when you look at this situation with housing or construction, we absolutely need to be putting as much timber into that. And yes, that is the commercial side of it, and we're fully supportive of it.
Is there a hesitancy in the Green Party about felling that timber then? Is there?
No. I think as long as it's not damaging the environment, that's really where we're coming from, and it's only upholding what's there. However, there are ways of doing that properly. There are other mechanisms of looking at how we fell, how we manage forestry. And in fact, the sector themselves would be frustrated with the licensing process, and there's very little really scope for manoeuvre, unfortunately. But we did have an independent review of the regulatory process, of the legal requirements. We have come up with one or two recommendations there that we will pursue, and hopefully will lessen the impact of that. But getting back to the trees, yes, we do need a commercial forestry sector, but we don't need it what it's been like for necessarily the last 20-30 years, because we see communities like in parts of Leitrim, maybe Cavan, Kerry, who have been essentially obliterated by commercial forestry. The people have felt very, that their communities have been, damaged by this. So there's a balance here, and that's what we always have to strike a balance. So,
Minister, I'm conscious of the time, and I wanted to mention one or two other points to you. The RUS scheme for ash dieback as well. Where are we with that? There's obviously a change to planning for farmers who want to replant conifers. Where are we at that?
Well, the planning piece is for this quarter, as far as I understand, that will be sorted out. Look, ash dieback is something that comes up all the time with me. We can talk about forestry, we can talk about Sitka spruce, but ultimately, almost the bottom line with almost everyone I speak to about forestry is ash dieback, and I'm incredibly conscious of that. Now, when this government was formed, I knew that the Rust scheme was brand new around then in the mid-2020s. Look, hundreds of farmers have availed of it. Not everyone, and there is still certainly in terms of confidence
delays in processing applications as
well. A little bit of that, but it's more that it's not satisfied. Got to really the concerns people have with it, especially those who have planted a lot of ash. So it's something I'm really keeping close to my mind, and it's something I do want to deal with.
So are we looking at a review of Rust, or are you looking at it again?
I just think we do need to talk more about ash dieback, and it's something I'm going to consider over the next couple of months.
Okay, Minister, very finally, as I said, you're a Green Party senator. The Green Party might be the most popular party on the Plowing site.
Come to our stand, it's great. No, listen, look,
how do you find it as a Green Party representative?
Since 2015,
but
since I became
your interaction, I suppose, very briefly with the farming lobby and the criticism that you receive, both personally and the parties receiving from the farming sector.
Yeah, look, I think we sort of both know where we stand, but you need to iron out those bumps. You need to keep conversations going, and understanding from both sides is important. So there's no point people saying, "Oh, the Green Party are irrelevant." We're not. We're in government. and we're very relevant. But there's no point, supporters or very hardline environmentalists saying we can't do it this way. Yeah, we have to
very
fill
briefly,
that middle
are some of the
ground.
grassroots in the Green Party upset with a 25% reduction as opposed to maybe something higher for the agriculture sector?
I think some would have liked it higher, but I think, given my understanding and certainly my involvement in those negotiations, I think everyone in one sense was relieved that we had a figure. There's still more to do, certainly around the land use sector. You alluded to that earlier, but let's focus forward. Let's not worry about how we've got here. Let's not talk about what's gone wrong in the past. Let's focus on the future, eyes forward, and solutions-focused approach.
Okay. Minister for State at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine, Pippa Hackett, thank you so much for joining us. And as the Minister alluded to, pop along to the Green Party stand if you are coming along to the National Plowing Championship. Well, free apple, there you go. You can't do better than that. We're going to go back out onto the field now and catch up with some of the exhibitors.
I'm here at the National Broadband Ireland stand on day 2 of Ploughing 2022, and I'm joined by Fergal Mulligan, who is Programme Director for the National Broadband Plan with the Department of Communications. Thanks for joining me, Fergal.
Thanks, Megan. Lovely to be here.
So listen, we want to chat all things rural connectivity, and I suppose we're at the Ploughing. This is the first Ploughing since before COVID, and I'll bring COVID in because that is relevant in terms of it was only during the pandemic that all of us realised how important a good connection is, and I suppose Wi-Fi and broadband for not only working from home, learning from home, but also staying in touch. And when we speak about rural Ireland, like, there is that possible rural isolation piece, and broadband can really come in there to alleviate that, I suppose. So do you want to tell me a little bit about what the mood was on the ground during COVID and how important was broadband during that time?
Sure, Megan. I think what we've all seen over the COVID is that broadband and connectivity is absolutely critical. We always knew it was critical, but obviously working from home transformed everything.
Yeah.
So within 2 years, the whole world, in terms of connectivity, transformed into we all need to get the best connectivity we can. Luckily, in Ireland, the government had signed up to the broadband contract in 2019, and National Broadband Ireland started in 2020, just before the pandemic started, rolling out fibre to rural Ireland. Now, Ireland has very, very good connectivity generally across the country, but obviously there's large parts of rural Ireland with fairly poor connectivity.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, we've now over nearly 100,000 homes that can order high-speed broadband from National Broadband Ireland. There's overall about 550,000 premises in rural Ireland that have to get connectivity, and it will take a bit of time, but thankfully that momentum is built into the programme now, where about 7,000 to 10,000 premises are now getting passed with fibre broadband across all of rural Ireland. And really great news is, by the end of this year, people in every county in all parts of rural Ireland will be able to order high-speed broadband from National Broadband Ireland. So COVID has transformed the importance of it, but we always knew how important it was. Now it's a matter of getting people connected.
Yeah, and I suppose you mentioned there a few figures. Looking to maybe the year or whatever it is in terms of targets, is there a specific time that you're hoping to have everybody connected to fibre by? Can you talk to us a bit about that?
So I think everybody knows we've got a slow start because of COVID. COVID did hold things up a bit, so we're about maybe 9 to 12 months behind where we would like to have been. So we'll be at 100,000 by the end of this year. So we hope to be passing about 100,000 per year at least.
Okay.
So the programme won't be finished till around 2026 or maybe into 2027. But we hope to have the majority of people done by 2024 and 2025. But 100% of the country by 2026 will have high-speed broadband, which will be unique in Europe. And the great news is, from a European perspective, is Ireland is now 5th in Europe in the digital index of connectivity. So Ireland is now a leader in terms of broadband connectivity, which is absolutely fantastic for Ireland, because we have so many people and businesses, as you can see in the Plowing here, so many small and medium-sized businesses in rural Ireland that absolutely need connectivity. And Ireland is going to be a leader and a world leader now in broadband connectivity, which is fantastic for our foreign direct investment, for our local farming communities, and for all the jobs that are being created in rural Ireland.
Yeah, and you mentioned your I suppose, local farming communities there, as well as small, medium and large enterprises. And farmers, a lot of them are small and medium enterprises. So, how can we see how broadband helps these farmers, whether they're right out in the countryside or whether they're maybe a little bit closer to town? It's still important that, everyone is connected. How so on a farming enterprise?
Well, smart farming is now a critical element of the reducing carbon footprints in dairy farms mainly, sheep farms also. So the agriculture sector is doing a huge amount of research and development to bring forward smart farming to make farms more efficient, which will reduce the carbon footprint. Whether it comes to tillage farmers, whether it comes to dairy farms, use of electricity, and all those sort of things that technology helps people adapt to a better way of living in terms of reducing the carbon footprint. So broadband connectivity is absolutely critical. 5G connectivity will be also critical, but with 5G connectivity you need fibre. A lot of fibre cable, broadband connectivity back to Dublin and back to the points of presence will be critical to enable that sort of 5G mobile connectivity, which a lot of machinery will be working off in the future to make sure that they're most efficient. And even you have these self-drive machines that are coming down the tracks. All these things will make a huge difference to the green footprint across Ireland. So technology, and then also the other thing with farms is many farms are dual farms where they have people working in an office environment in their home now, but also working in the farm. So they have that dual income coming in. And without high-speed broadband, you won't be able to have that office in your house. But now you will.
It might be one device on at a time. That's a thing of the past now. You know, people need to be able to work, use their technology, stream, all of that at the same time. And have you had any, I suppose, feedback from any farmers in particular? Or, you know, what is the feedback from people in terms of when they get this fibre and get going?
Yeah, well, luckily enough, we have a lovely family called the Randalls here from Kildare, and they're here today, and they have a fibre service since the start of the year. Now, as I understand it, they've got security cameras in their farm. Miss Randall works in an international company at home now, and reliable broadband is a critical part of doing her work. So broadband has made a massive difference to their lives.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really key, I suppose, and it gives people opportunities as well to maybe move on in a job, take a new job, progress, and I suppose expand and build their enterprises. So, what about price point then? Is fibre? Is it free? Is there a cost? You know, we're coming into an energy crisis now. Is broadband manageable for people?
Yeah. So one of the critical things that the government decided with their strategy was that we should have the same pricing in rural Ireland as we do in Dublin, Cork and Limerick in the cities. So people will be charged the same in Donegal or West Cork as they are in Cork City or in Dublin. So broadband price points are generally around 50 to 60 euros for a monthly fee, and it'll be the same in rural Ireland. Now the really good thing and the really positive thing about the broadband rollout by National Broadband Ireland is that the connection charge will be no more than 100 euros, regardless of how much it costs to connect you. So in the Randalls case, they had to have 3 new poles put up in their property to get the broadband in, and the cabling had to go up maybe 200 or 300 yards up to the farmyard. That came at no extra cost. So the connection piece to the farms and to the businesses and to the homes in rural Ireland will be seamless, and people will not have to be worried about having to pay an extra charge.
Okay, so people don't need to fear too much if they're in maybe an older property versus a new property or something like that. Okay, well listen, you're obviously here at the Ploughing to chat to people and inform people and I suppose speak to people about their experiences. Has that been going well for you so far?
I think the feedback so far is very, very positive. Obviously people are in some ways frustrated if they haven't got it yet. But the good news is they see the plan. They go onto the map and they see a timeline now. They know it's coming. So people are just reassured now that they know they're going to get that high-speed broadband service eventually, and they're not going to be left behind. So I think generally it's in a very positive place.
Okay, well that's great. Thanks so much for joining me.
No problem, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the more traditional aspects, I suppose, of renewable energy would be wind, and we've got Jonah Crabtree here of Can Renewables.
How you doing?
Jonah, wind energy, what's the sort of market like here in Ireland?
Ireland's got quite a big market for wind energy, especially the small scale wind, which is getting more and more popular. Large scale wind is developing all the time. Obviously we've got a decent windy climate as well, so it's moving further forward all the time in Ireland.
Absolutely, and you see farmers now popping up. I know there's actually one across the road from me, small scale wind turbines. Just sort of what's the cost involved with to put a wind turbine on a farm?
So these little wind turbines, they're produced by a company called SD Wind. They're made in Scotland. This one's a little 3 kilowatt turbine, and these cost roughly about 40,000 installed. There is a 6 kilowatt turbine, which is a bigger one. Obviously, it's double the size of this. There's an extra metre or so in the blades. The good thing about these wind turbines as well is that there's no actually any motors or any kind of gearboxes in them, and they work on a downwind as well. So the blades are on like a hinge, so these never need turned off in high wind speeds. They regulate their own speeds.
So what sort of benefits could farmers expect if they install this turbine on their farm?
It could be producing power potentially 24 hours a day, as long as you've got the decent wind speeds, which is a big advantage over solar, because you're only producing electricity when there's daylight with solar. But that's the main advantage, really.
Speaking of solar, it was probably the one that people went to first, obviously, to renewable energy. What's the market been like for that in the development of solar energy?
The market for solar is really big. It's a cheaper alternative to wind, so it's a quicker, cheaper install as well, and you can produce a lot of power in decent weather. But obviously you need daylight for solar.
And what sort of projects are yourselves involved in?
So we're mainly involved in commercial projects when it comes to solar. So like kind of 40, 50 kilowatt projects, which can range from anything from supermarkets to milk and parlours to anything really. And we'll also do the supply and install and servicing on these turbines as well. And we do blade repair on bigger scale wind turbines as well.
And speaking of repairs and maintenance, what sort of maintenance would farmers have to go through to keep one of these in order?
So one of these turbines, I recommend it gets serviced every 2 years. It's a half-a-day service on them. Involves a little bit of greasing, general clean-up and some replacement of kind of some movable parts, and that's it.
So the main thing, it's kind of a one-stop installation. They're very easy to maintain after that.
100%. And like I say, with there not being any gearboxes or any motors or anything inside, there's less to go wrong with them.
And then looking towards the future, obviously, there's a lot of push on all sorts of renewable energy, but you think there's still a place for solar and wind, obviously?
110%. It's only going to get bigger. That's the best green alternatives that there are.
It's not so bad. So, very much, thanks very much for
Nice
time.
one. Thank you. Cheers for that.
So Richard Halloran here again with Agriland. We're out at the horse ploughing plots. I'm with JJ Delaney from Macroom in County Cork. JJ, thank you for taking this opportunity of speaking to me.
Yes.
How long have you been ploughing with the horses yourself?
Well, when the last man died in 89, I took over 90. So I'm ploughing since, barring put them out here. I'm ploughing every year since. I've had 2 senior All-Irelands. Jeremiah 6 under 41. So we've 8 All-Irelands, 1 between us.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
And what sort of farming enterprise do you guys have at home?
Dairy and dry cattle.
Okay.
Yeah, dairy and dry cattle.
How popular is horse ploughing in Ireland today?
It's getting scarce. It could be ripping the art all the time. It's getting scarce down here. There's less horses every year now. I was here, there was 20, when I owned that time, there were 20 pair of horses there. And 20 pair of horses out in the whole lot now.
Okay.
But that time there was a lot of them there. So just when the ploughing started the first year, it was all horses, there was no tractor.
Oh, I understand that, yes.
And they worked their way up then, tractor machinery over the...
So it's the availability of horses that's the restraint, not so much the people that would want to plough with the horses in the first place.
Yes, you see, because we make no progress now. Ploughing an acre a day, that's all a pair of horses will plough, was an acre a day. And we have a good day for that.
Yeah.
We 11 miles walk then. Yeah.
Okay.
But
so that's the golden rule, an acre a day?
Yeah, a good day's work now.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Good day's work, yeah.
And would you use the horses to plough at home?
Oh, we do. No tractors at home. No, but the horses at one time.
Yeah.
When I started when I was 13, and I ploughed 13 acres that year, and I got no tractor till I was 18.
Right.
And then when I got a tractor, I said, this job is gone.
Yes.
I just at home.
Yeah.
We'd walk after them all day.
Yeah.
But they made me come back then again to take over. Right. 1990, yeah.
Do many ladies take part in horse ploughing?
There was a lady with us, she was Zerwina McCullough there. She was with us for 2 years. But it's not easy to keep it going and to see what's wrong is the horses are not used to this work now either. One time it's no bother because they go just automatically, like you stop the bike. But now you will have training them because they're not doing the work there like the people.
So are you working the horses the year round, or did they get a break?
They'll be working most of the year, but not ploughing. They'll be doing different jobs.
Well, you say different jobs. What would you be doing with them when they're not ploughing?
The 2 of them are up in Wicklow, pulling caravans for the summer.
Okay.
Up in Kissman's, Festival.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and we get some down for the winter. I'm for the winter.
So you
and
bring...
I feed them for the winter. We have to go to local matches, West and East Cork.
Yes.
There'll be about 6 or 7 matches we'd have to go, local matches like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they take place during the winter months.
They do, yeah.
So really, this event is really starting the horse ploughing season.
The All Ireland is the end and the start again. We're starting now next month again, Plowing in East Cork.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're happy enough with conditions here this week?
Couldn't be better.
Okay.
You couldn't get a better site in here.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Well, listen, thanks again for speaking to us, and congratulations. Well done. Thank you.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. I'm joined now on stage by Farm Management Support Advisors from Lely in Mullingar, Jordan Malloy and Sean Callan. Thank you so much for joining us here in the tent. I'm sure it's been very busy at the Lely stand since yesterday.
It has, yeah. There's been a lot of people in, so there has.
Yeah,
which is a good,
it's important
good
to
thing.
meet people face to face as well, Jordan. I mean, like coming through the COVID pandemic, you know, for all companies, face to face contact is so crucial, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and there's been a lot of customers in as well, so it's been great to see them back as well. So it's been really good now the last couple of days. So.
And Sean, is there a big appetite, a big interest in robotic milking out there?
Yeah, it's a steady enough one that's coming through. So obviously labour crisis is growing and growing at the moment. Obviously robotics have jumped an awful lot in the last couple of years, and it's still going that way. Yeah, plenty of interest on the stand there this last day or two, and expect the same for the rest of the evening and through to tomorrow.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, breaking it down and talking about robotic milking, Jordan, when a farmer is coming to you and looking at the infrastructure that they have to put into their farm, because obviously this is a different beast to a regular parlour. This is a totally new type of system. What do you advise them to do? And tell us about the breakdown of the farm and the grazing system that needs to be implemented there.
Well, first of all, most of the farms we deal with, are about 90% are fully grazing systems. We want them to lay out an ABC system. So basically the farm is divided up into 3 different blocks. Most people assume, until myself or Sean come out to the farm, that all these blocks have to be the same size, but we actually set it up in a way that 40% is one block, 40% is the other block, and 20% is the smallest block. And so that's your ABC system there. And then all we're doing is when we go out to walk the farm is we're saying, where is A going to be, where's B going to be, and where's C going to be. And depending then what the layout of the farmyard is, again, a lot of people assume the farmyard should be in the middle, and it won't work if it's not in the middle. That's actually the opposite. So a lot of the time the farmyard is up at the corner. I always say it's like a stamp on an envelope. Yeah. So a lot of farmyards are like that. So we're just walking out to the farm and then we're laying it out. Those farmyards work just as well as the farmyards that are in the middle.
That's what I was going to ask, because if I have a farmyard, and as you say, it's good, it's tangible, at the stamp in the corner of the envelope, do I need to build a whole new system in the middle of my holding?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
And even I've walked farms, like we've had greenfield farms being set up in the last couple of years, say a 100-acre block, and they've said, oh, I'll put my new farmyard, because I'm just doing a greenfield site, I'll put that in the middle, and that's not actually where we put it. Usually, most of the time, we put about a third of the way down. If in an ideal world, you'd only put it a third of the way down, because you want one block to actually be further away. So A is always further away, B is in the kind of middle, and then C is always close to the shed. So if you think about it, if you put your farmyard right in the middle of 100 acres, you've nearly made like 4 equal blocks that are all really close. So that's not really the best way to set it up. But at the same time, we'll make it work as well, like so.
And there's an element, Sean, of training the cows to get used to this. And obviously, the ideal, as I understand it, is 3 milkings within a 24-hour period. So we're trying to move the cows from one block to another within 8 hours. Incentivising the cows to do that, it's a bit of grazing management, strip wires, and all the rest of it, I'd imagine, comes into play here.
Yeah, so generally when we go out to plan out on the ABC, like, we're trying to allocate grass then accordingly as well. So with the ABC, you have 2 large blocks of grass and 1 small block. The times of those feeds then are pretty critical to get the cows moving. With a robot, you have 24 hours in the day. The robot's a single milker. You need cows milking every hour of every day. So through midnight till about 4 o'clock in the morning can pose a problem. And over the last couple of years then we've developed I suppose a gate system that works to try and keep cows moving through the night. So we're trying to give that big feed first thing in the morning, a decent average size feed during the day, and then that last feed at night around 6 o'clock in the evening, you're trying to just cut the feed size down, give them a smaller piece of grass, and that way keep them relatively close to the yard. So that way at 2 o'clock in the morning those cows get up, they'll walk into the yard, they'll milk, and they'll head back out.
And does it take the cows long to adjust to that new system? What do you see on average?
So generally when we convert over, so we'll say coming from a parlour to a robot, after about 3 to 4 milkings you'll have about 80% of the cows doing going through the robot itself pretty well. After about 10 days, we set up the gate work to be automatic. So for the first 10 days, we tend to run the herd in 3 different groups manually, just to break up the herd, stretch out the milkings, and then generally after anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, you could have 90% of the cows doing exactly what you're looking for them to do.
Jordan, what are the common pitfalls and when you see farmers converting and bringing in this robotic technology, what are the common areas that you see coming up over and over again?
The common area is, especially from a farmer that was milking from a parlour, converting over to robots, the biggest challenge for them is they were so used to getting up in the morning, all their cows that were due for milking are there, they milk them and then they all go back to the paddock and they're all milked. And it's the mindset of the actual farmer. We kind of always joke it's a 2-legged problem, not a 4-legged problem, because the cow will do it if you let the cow do it, but a lot of the time it's just losing that control or what they think is control over the cow. So I suppose it's just getting used to a different routine. I remember last year we started up farmers in Carlow in September, and after a couple of months they were kind of saying, well, it's grand, the cows are getting milked by the robot, but they were like, we don't actually know what to do first thing in the morning anymore. We usually milked cows, fed calves, and then did all the other jobs. They actually just didn't know what to do first thing in the morning anymore. So it's just a completely different routine.
Shift entirely.
Basically, yeah.
Absolutely, and probably for the good as well for farmers.
Long term, yes. It's just getting used to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sean, I suppose the phrase, the one slow cow on the row, obviously milking speed is important as well. It's something that you have looked into because you mentioned efficiency there. We want to make sure that we're making the maximum optimum use of our robot and making sure that we're trying to get the cows through and out the other side as quickly as possible.
Yeah, like as I said, you only have 24 hours in the day. We can't make it 25 or 6. So a cow takes so long to milk. Slow milkers then obviously. We've certainly seen herds where cows can be taking up to 20 minutes in a robot. They could be milking 2.5, maybe 3 times a day. That's an hour of your day gone straight away on one cow. So we have done a lot of work over the last year or two with farmers trying to improve the milk speed. Just get milk down that little bit faster. We're tweaking brush settings as well, just try and clean off teats and prep them a little bit better so that when cups do go on, that cow actually starts letting milk down straight away. There's no lag time. As well as that then obviously culling out slow milkers or better selection of bulls then as well. So using the EBI, we're trying to follow the management index and pick on milk speed as part of that factor.
Is that something that maybe some farmers wouldn't be aware of, or that it's something that they wouldn't look at in the EBI index for milk speed?
It's certainly something that not many farmers have looked at. It definitely is one thing that's overlooked a lot of the times because in a parlour you have a slow milker, a lot of farmers don't have much patience, so that cow doesn't last in the system. But once you go to a robot, because you're not standing with that cow every time, she's just going through the system like any other cow. So you have to look for that cow to find the slow one. And with your bulls then it becomes a more critical element. Now nobody wants slow milkers in the parlour because obviously with labour being a big thing, nobody wants to be standing there at the end of the row waiting on this one cow. So it's becoming a bigger thing on farm. It certainly does need to be pushed a wee bit more to bring it across. And there's a big variation there. I know some of our best and worst farms, there could be 1,000 litres a day difference in what the robot's fit to perform at. The same machine, same cows, same cow numbers, but there could be 1,000 litres difference in production. So
it's a big difference to your pocket as well.
A very big difference, yeah. And all that is, it's genetics and it's management. So picking the right cows to put onto the system. On average, you should be fit to get 2,000 plus litres out of a robot a day. Our best farms are doing 2,600 and 2,700 litres a day with the same robot and maybe more free time than a lot of the farmers at 2,000. So they've been working on it for the last 4 or 5 years.
It's something, for farmers watching us on the live stream today and here in the Agriland Pavilion, it's something to have a look at breeding time, to have a look at the EBI for milk speed and consider that if it is something that you're seeing in your parlour, it's very interesting. But I suppose, lads, you're going to go back to the stand now, busy the rest of today and tomorrow. So thank you so much for joining us from Laley in Mullingar, Jordan Malloy and Sean Callan, and they are Farm Support Management Advisors, or Farm Management Support Advisors. I said I'd get it right. I tried my best. We got to the end. Jordan and Sean, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go back out onto the field now to catch up with some more exhibitors from here in the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois.
So I'm here today at the Certified Irish Angus stand, and I'm joined by two students from Raheny in County Dublin, Aisling and Caelan. Folks, can you tell me about what's happening here today and why you are here today?
So Certified Irish Angus Producer Group, they run a competition for TYs, and we entered last November, and we went through a few stages of rounds of interviews and a showcase in Croke Park, and a few months ago we were told that we were the winners of 5 calves, Aberdeen Angus calves, and so today we're here and we're meeting the calves and we're talking to people, getting them to know the brand, and yeah, having a bit of fun with ourselves anyway.
So tell us how, so you won't be rearing these calves in Raheny in Dublin, I kind of say?
No.
Okay, so how does that work? Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so there wouldn't be any farms near us in Raheny, but Caelan's brother-in-law actually, coincidentally, is a farmer, so he's been so kind and he's offered to take them for us. Not too close by, very close by in Laois, and yeah, so it's perfect.
So how did you get interested in this programme, and how did you find out about it, and tell us a bit about the application process?
So I'm not from a farming background, and neither is Caelan. We were in Ag Science class, and our teacher just entered us in just for something to do for the class, and honestly it took off from there. We've had so much fun with it, and I don't have any farming experience, and I wasn't really that interested in agriculture, but throughout the months I've kind of transformed. I love it so much, and we're kind of both known as the cowgirls of Raheny. So.
And can you tell us a bit about, I suppose, what you have learned even about the Angus breed or about cattle in general since you became involved in the competition?
Yeah, well, as I said, I had kind of no experience with farming, so everything that I learned was something new. So even just learning like about the different breeds, just basic stuff was all new to me, and I think that's what we're trying to promote. And I've learned so much about the genetics, sustainable practices of farmers. We did a bit on farm safety, and now we're focusing on consumerism in farming and beef production. So yeah, and ABP and KEPAC and Certified Irish Angus have been so supportive, and they've been lovely to us.
So I suppose when you're looking into consumerism, are you looking into what the customer wants, is it, or what kind of things are you looking at?
Yep, so our theme is meeting consumer expectations, and our main goal with it is to bridge the gap between the farmer and the consumer, because sometimes there can be disconnect between the two, and we want to educate people, especially in Dublin, that what you see isn't just what's on the packet in front of you. It's the farmer who makes it, it's the family behind the farmer, the generations behind that family, and that's the end goal for us.
Do you personally feel before this competition, before joining it, there was a disconnect, and how has this Certified Irish Angus Schools competition helped to bridge that disconnect?
I think since we're from Dublin, we definitely have a different perspective of it, and I think even girls in our school, no one really would know that much about beef production. We just see what's on the shelves in our supermarkets, and Certified Irish Angus have been lovely. They kind of helped us with the topic, they guided us in the areas that we should be looking towards, and specifically in packaging, sustainability, and the family farming. So yeah, they've definitely helped us to kind of seek out what we want to focus on in that topic.
So what will it involve rearing the calves? What kind of things has to happen in the process?
So the calves we kept down in Caelan's brother-in-law farm, and it is in Laois, so it's a bit of a commute, but we're hoping to get down as soon as we can, as often as we can. So we'll be completing a research project, and we're hoping to maybe get some of the girls from our school down to the farm. Because we're an urban school, a lot of girls wouldn't have had that experience, so it gives really good hands-on information and experience to even just girls in our school. Like, that's just such a help for us. So yeah. And is there a big interest from your fellow students in what's happening in the competition? Yeah, definitely. When we first entered, we thought it was a bit of a joke, it was a bit of a laugh to us, not to be honest. But the support behind us is absolutely incredible. Between the girls and the teachers alone, it's been so good. Even our entire school has been backing us, to be honest. Everywhere we go, we get little nods from teachers and girls saying, "Good luck with the cows." So. And so, how many are in your group that's rearing these calves? So it's just Caelan and myself in the competition group. Other groups do have larger ones, but me and Caelan work very well together. So yeah. And are you confident that you're going to win it? We're trying to have as much fun as we can. I think it's a long process, but we're willing to do the hard work, and sure, may the best one win.
So how long does the competition run for, and when will maybe the winners be announced?
So we entered the competition in November of 2021, and the final winner will be announced at a showcase in Croke Park in April of 2024.
Folks, can I say thank you very much for joining us on the Agriland live stream, and best of luck in your competition.
And thank you for having us.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in County Laois. I'm joined now on the stage by General Secretary of the Irish Cattle and Sheep Farmers Association. Of course, that's Eddie Punch. Eddie, you're very welcome to the stage.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying your time so far here? I'd imagine the ICSA a busy hub for the next few days.
Absolutely. We're here to meet all of the cattle, sheep, suckler farmers that we represent, and it's very busy, and of course the weather helps.
I'd imagine that the emissions targets are one of the main talking points at the moment out there.
Yeah, I think, look at, from our point of view in ICSA, we have put a lot of effort into now trying to reverse the narrative a little bit. So we've seen a lot of negative publicity around farming. Because the discussion around the climate change, I suppose, targets was totally on agriculture, people in, I suppose, the wider community are given the impression that farming is totally to blame, and in our view that's wrong. I think firstly of all, farmers are doing a lot of good for the environment. We're making videos now about how farmers are actually intrinsic to the environment we have.
Is that where we've fallen down as a sector, telling the story what's actually going on inside the farm gate?
I think this is really critical. We have to do a much better job in promoting our industry and showing that agriculture is central to our environment, our economy, and our health.
Has the ICSA and other farm organisations, have you kind of missed a trick here that you're only coming to this now? Like, has the narrative gone too far?
I think it's fair enough to say we need to change our approach to this, and we don't need to be reactive, we need to be proactive. I think as well, though, having said that, I think politicians also need to reflect a little bit now, because there is a need for balance in policy making. We have 25% emissions reduction targets, but we have no real economic impact analysis. Are they affordable? Are they achievable? What are the unintended consequences? And I think we need now to try and get the message across, and we need policymakers to seriously look at this. And we see it with the energy crisis right now. Policies in one area can produce losses in other areas, and that's not smart. And you know, we think as well that we could be looking at a food security crisis before long. So I think from the climate perspective, yeah, we need to do more on climate, we need to do more on biodiversity. Nobody arguing with that in the farming community. But we have to have policies that also protect our food security and also recognise the hugely important role of livestock farming in every single rural community in Ireland.
Absolutely, and the economics of it is one thing, but time to do that and to carry out that analysis, like the clock is ticking. We have these legally binding obligations, we have to reduce our emissions, but do we have time to do that sort of analysis? I know you're going to say we have to.
We absolutely have to, because the amount of destruction that can be done otherwise. And in the end, I think we have to have climate policy that makes sense on a global level. It is, after all, global warming. So we have a whole lot of anomalies that also have to be, I'm not saying they should be the only factor, but they need to be looked at. Carbon leakage. If we reduce significantly our national herd, do we relocate production somewhere else which is even less efficient? And I think it's important to again reiterate the message that our national herd is essentially stable since 1973. And in the intervening period, the last 50 years, world population has almost doubled, and all of those people have to be fed. And I think that's an important message. When we had the global crash in 2008, agriculture kept the wheels turning, and we succeeded in driving in a short number of years, from 2010 to today, our exports of agri-food products from 10 billion to 15.2 billion. And that's because farmers are more efficient, getting more fat and protein from their milk, getting more beef at a younger age from their cattle. So farmers have made tremendous progress in efficiency. But what we need now is win-win solutions, not lose-lose solutions.
And we're hearing some proposals that have been put forward by the Department of Agriculture, and I know that yourselves and ICSA came out quite strongly following a recent meeting of the Food Vision Beef and Sheep Group, and obviously this group is being set up to examine both sectors and how they can contribute to emissions reductions. I think a suckler reduction scheme or an exit scheme, that's grabbed a lot of headlines. Where do you stand on exit schemes? I mean, surely they have some place, because maybe some farmers out there may want that option.
It's true that some farmers are close to retirement in the suckler sector and probably in the dairy sector as well, and I think that has to be weighed up in all of this equation. I think the critical point though is that we need to protect the suckler herd as a general, I suppose, huge asset to rural Ireland, hugely important in a lot of western counties especially. And I think we have to be very careful. Look, suckler numbers have been falling the last few years.
We're seeing 44,000 last year, yeah.
Whereas dairy numbers have been going up. And from the beef perspective, we need, I suppose, a realistic base of quality carcasses that can be finished in a kind of a cost-effective way. There are a lot of difficulties with farmers saying, is it economic to feed cattle this winter? And we know that farmers will barely break even at €6 a kilo in a winter finishing system. But one thing we need is the right genetics in the right place. Sucklers to a large extent are delivering that for beef finishers. They're, and now we have worked with Borbia, looking at a Borbia premium brand for sucklers as well. It's a huge asset, and we have to be very careful we don't destroy and disrupt agriculture in a way that rural communities will never recover from. So when it comes to the Food Beef Vision Group, what is being discussed at the moment so far are only discussion points from the Department of Agriculture, not from the members of the committee. We've critiqued a lot of those proposals, but we are open to finding ways of looking at win-win solutions. But one thing that has to be said, well, a couple of things. One is the government needs to do a serious review of its policy on renewable energy. There is no ambition in government for solar panels on the roofs of sheds, biogas, all that kind of stuff. Equally, I think we have to...
Do you not think the micro generation support scheme is enough?
No, because it's targeted at supplying electricity to yourself rather than selling surplus electricity at a realistic price, a viable price to the grid. And it's really laughable that at a time where the climate targets are talking about 1 million electric vehicles on the road by 2030, we're equally discussing that we may not have enough energy to charge the iPhones this winter. So that's crazy. So I think we need a lot more joined up thinking in terms of all of these ambitions.
And when are we going to see that report, that interim report from the Food Vision Beef and Sheep Group? It's obviously focusing just on beef at the moment, not on sheep yet.
Yeah, and look, at the reality is that sheep's contribution to global warming is tiny. But I think the plan is another meeting before the end of the month, this month. I think it's going to be a long, hard slog, though, to get agreement on what measures, which all have to be voluntary, by the way, but what measures will eventually end up in this report.
But there is a deadline. I mean, the deadline is only in the coming months for the final report to go before the Minister.
And I'd like to hear how, for example, the transport sector and the electricity sector and the building sector are also going to deliver their targets. And I think,
and that's a fair point, but I mean, you have your body of work in front of you, and that has to be dealt with now.
We are working on it, but I think we have to have win-win solutions. And if you don't bring the people with you, you won't get your climate targets met anyway. And in the end, I think people have to be able to feed their families. Agriculture has to be viable. There's no point in expecting people who are not economically viable to be able to spend money. And this does come down to money as well, because we have a climate action plan, and the latest version of it suggests that 125 billion of investment required across all the sectors. But when you drill down into the detail, there is almost nothing there of extra government funding for the agriculture sector, even though agriculture is getting a massive and in our view, unfair share of the blame. Because, look at, yes, agriculture is a big part of our emissions, but we have a common agricultural policy in Europe, which is really the only way to look at agriculture. And in that scenario, agriculture is about 10% of EU emissions. It's not to say we can't do more, it's to say we need balance in this debate.
Okay, well, Eddie Punch, General Secretary of the Irish Cattle and Sheep Farmers Association, we'll let you back out into the field. I'm sure there's lots you need to get to as well over the next few hours, and of course into tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for joining us on the Agriland stage this afternoon. Now we're going to go back out onto the field to catch up with more of the action.
Okay, so good morning again. It's Richard Halloran from Agriland. We're out at the horse ploughing plots at the National Ploughing Championships 2022, and I'm in the company of Mossy Trent from Tralee in County Kerry.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to speak to us today.
No.
So, how long have you been horse ploughing yourself?
We started with bringing the horses for the lads that used to be ploughing back around 30 odd years ago to the ploughing matches, and the old man that used to bring Mike Deneen, I used to bring him and another man, Tom Barrett, up for the ploughing. I used to bring up the horses, and eventually he was on to me about starting ploughing, and I started back about 1994, I think. Now I can't be 100% of that, but we got a loan of 2 Jarvie horses from Killarney, and we tried to get them working, which they were used to pulling traps and carriages. They weren't good at pulling, so we got them going, but we didn't do great work. The next year we got a loan of another pair of horses and they weren't doing great work, so in 1996 I bought 2 Persian horses in France, and we brought them in and we put them working, and just Persian we have since. We have been working horses since we were children, we were working horses, and we from 8 years of age up at home, until we in the 70s got tractors and stuff like that. And this is my nephew Jonathan and Jory that's doing the guiding the horses today, and Jonathan was second yesterday in his plot there that he was ploughing.
Well done, congratulations.
Yeah, very good. But just the biggest problem with horse ploughing is to get animals to good, and it takes time to get them working good. And the problem is, any of the older lads like myself and the few other older lads that are here, there are not a big lot of young fellas starting, and if they don't be young fellas starting doing it, there's going to be no horse ploughing in 10 or 12 years time.
Right. Yeah. You mentioned the breed, Pershing, I think.
Persian, yeah, a French draft horse, yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about the breed?
Well, the Persian breed itself, they started in the 1700s, the Herbook or stud book, and they're a heavy draft horse. They're the only 2 colours that are allowed into the stud book are grey and black. If it were a chestnut one, it wouldn't be allowed in, so they keep the gene the whole ways along.
Yes.
Now, that fella's the older one of them there. Now he's the smaller. They're called the petite. The small draft. And what they're doing now, they're like the old type Irish draft that we had when we young fellas. They're starting to breed them bigger and bigger, trying to make show jumpers or racehorses out of them, and they're no good for work for the type of work we're doing.
And could you the horses you have here today? What are their names, and could you give me a little bit of background?
That fella now, you see, in France they're called after, we'll say, the letter. That fella, he's L, he's called Larry, right? And the other fella is Elton. He's he's Elton. That's the name they give him in France. He was the last fella we brought in. He's an 8-year-old. He was brought in when he was 2-year-old.
Okay, very good. And how long have you been working with the 2 horses?
With these lads?
Yes.
Oh, well, we had several sets of Persian horses. We had several sets of them. We had, this is about the 3rd lot of them, they had that passed away over the years, that fella's about 14 years old, about 14, 15, maybe they go up a bit longer, but that's about it, The heavier horses, they don't last as long as the kind of half-bred lads, you know.
And how long does it take to train a pair of good horses that can work for you?
That fella now, we got him going in, he was ploughing when he was a 3-year-old, because our other animal passed away, got a nut in the gut, and that was the end of that, you know. So we had him, he was started very young, like, you know. Normally 3-4, like, you know, the years of age, and then they're kind of, they'll work away then from there for 10 years, you know. That's just like...
And are they staying with you the year round?
Oh, yeah.
Right. And
the horses, we have them the whole time. Like.
And in terms of the training, the practicing, are you working with the horses most weeks of the year, or is it seasonal?
It is only seasonal, because we don't have the work like we did when we young fellas. Everything was done with horses. Like everything now, everything is done with tractors. Only we do a bit of all mowing whenever we have to, and mainly it is bits of ploughing work then in competitions that they do.
Okay. The conditions here this week, are you happy with them?
Like the ground is hard, but like again, we haven't made it too bad. We made a share of stones over there now yesterday. We got through it. If we can get this way as good today, we'll be doing very good.
Okay, and it's 2 days. It's
just 3 days, but like
over 3
again,
days. Yeah.
Hopefully that we'll be able to get through today now, and we'll see.
Okay. Can I wish you every good luck?
We'd want every bit of it, but sure, the more luck we have, sure, that's the better.
Does the rain that's forecast for the Wednesday evening into Thursday?
Rain will do nothing to that ground really, because it's too dry. To take inches of rain to soften it, like.
Okay. Well, listen, congratulations.
Thank you.
And thanks again for speaking to us.
Good luck to you.
Good luck to you. Thanks very, very much. Guys.
Thank you.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships. I'm now joined on stage by Kieran Roach, and Kieran is FBD's Risk Manager. Kieran, we're going to focus on quads, on all-terrain vehicles, ATVs, but commonly known as quads out there to many farmers, because it's something that we see more and more on farms. They've become very commonplace on our farms, a very useful piece of equipment, but something that needs to be respected as well.
Yeah, well, a quad is a fantastic aid on a farm. It can get to many parts of the farm that other vehicles can't get to. It can be used for many functions, for bringing loads, for spraying chemicals, pesticides. So it has a lot of things it can do on the farm, but there is big risk with quad. So since 2011 to 2021, we've seen 11 fatalities on farms.
There's
a lot of fatalities.
Yeah. And all directly linked to quads.
Yeah, and not only that, this year we've had 1 fatality, and we must remember behind every fatality there's a family, there's a community, and that loss is very, very significant. But what we're not seeing is, in the broad figures and what we read about in media, are those people who are left with life-changing injuries. Now, someone who's a quadriplegic, someone who's got a very bad broken leg. There's a lot of serious injuries happening on quads, and there's a huge amount of them on farms at the moment.
And I suppose diluting down from that as well, the near misses as well, where somebody might not get a very serious injury, but accidents are happening, and we do talk about that very regularly in farm safety discussions, that maybe the accident data is something that we need to look into a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I imagine we have very poor accident data. We do know that probably most farmers who have a quad don't use a helmet. Most farmers aren't trained, because there isn't actually training out there at present to allow those farmers to get training. So with that, that's why these new regulations are coming in place at the end of 2023.
And that statutory instrument was signed back in 2019, so we've a long lead-in period to this, and I know a lot of farmers, as they use quads, they'll want to know, can I still use my quad next November, or November 2023? What do I need to know? So what is being proposed here?
Yeah, so their legal requirements is very straightforward. Number one is they must wear appropriate protective clothing, which the helmet is the key piece in relation to that, and they must have quad bike training to a QQI standard or equivalent. So they're the key pieces they need to do.
Is there a standard with the helmet that we're talking about here, or do we know that level of detail yet?
Yeah, well, the helmet will really be prescribed by the motorbike manufacturer, and there's certain helmets on the market that are designed specifically for quads, but it could change depending on what you're using the quad for, because quads can have many different activities. But mainly from a farm perspective, when we look at a quad, we're talking about a working vehicle, and most of those quads are actually designed for people at least 16 years of age or older. And that's really important for a number of reasons. One is that they're actually big enough and physically strong and have enough weight to manoeuvre that vehicle, because you need to be very agile to operate a quad. And when we look at agility as well, a lot of the vulnerable people when it comes to quads are actually probably the older generation that are using quads to continue their life on farming. Yes. But they need to consider their agility, because physically to turn a quad, it's not just about turning the steering wheel. It's very important that you actually move your body backwards and forwards and sideways to help that quad to get around.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of wearing a helmet, do we know who's going to enforce this? Is this going to be a voluntary code of conduct amongst farmers? It'll obviously be a regulation from government, but...
Yeah, well, it's something that will probably come under the remit of the Health and Safety Authority, because it's the regulation that comes under. So the Health and Safety Authority will be there. But I suppose we don't really want to get down that route. We want people really to comply with it from the perspective of...
This is more carrot than stick here.
Yeah, really, we want people to be safe. So to be safe on a quad, you need to be trained, number one. Yeah. You need to wear a helmet when you operate it. You have to drive at a safe speed. You need to be aware of the risks of the environment you're on. So if it's very hilly or rough terrain, is it actually suitable for me to bring my quad up? Or maybe I can figure out a better route, to bring my quad up and down that particular hill.
Do we know, you were saying it'll be QQI standard of training, what shape that training might take?
Yeah, well, we already have providers who are providing that training already, so you can go out to the market. But I suppose that lead-in period really is to allow people a greater time actually to build up the training supply and allow farmers access to that training, and as well to buy the helmets, because again we need enough supply of helmets in the country for farmers to buy those. But obviously it's going to be practical training. That's a key part of quad bike training.
Yeah, and look, I mean, anything that protects people's lives and prevents serious injuries is a good thing, but some farmers might say, is this kind of nanny statism?
Yeah, well, I'd encourage everyone. I think from a farm safety perspective, I'm on the Farm Safety Partnership, and the partnership is made up of all key organisations in relation to farm safety and farming. And within that we have working groups, which brings in even a larger number of farming cohorts. And there is actually one working group specifically that looks at farm vehicles, looks at tractors, looks at quads, and that's where we see most of the fatalities within agriculture. And I think there's goodwill with everyone really that we want to change that. We don't want to be the industry that has the most fatalities. So far this year there have been 17 fatalities in Ireland in all workplaces. 10 of those happen to be within agriculture, and one of those happens to be in relation to a quad. So I think really we want to work together, we want to work in partnership, we want people to be safe working on our farms, whether it's our loved ones, our kids, our neighbour, whoever happens to be coming into work.
And I suppose farmers will ask, maybe it's a question for our politicians, but who's going to cover the cost of this? Do we know any detail about that yet, Kieran?
Yeah, well, from that perspective, I suppose that there is an obligation on the farmer, I suppose, to, as a self-employed person, to get training for himself or for any employees that they have. And there's already a legal obligation actually for people to have training. This is just putting it on a very defined statutory basis. And there's always been legislation in relation to any place of work that you wear appropriate protective clothing. So you should always have worn the helmet anyway. But this is just making it very specific to the quad itself, this piece of legislation. There's a huge amount of work being done at the moment on promotion. From our own perspective, we're promoting that on our own stand. We have a quad for a raffle on the FBD stand, but also we have leaflets on quad safety. On the HSA stand, it's purely dedicated to quad safety this year, so to encourage people to go and have a look at that stand as well, and to ask questions, to inspectors from the authority, from the experts that are showing people how to operate the quads, and get the knowledge that you need before November 22.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like a very laudable, incentive to make sure that people are using these crucial elements on our farms, because, as you said, all age groups are using them. What are we seeing in terms of younger people using quads? We're saying obviously that it should be somebody 16 and above, but we unfortunately are seeing younger people on quads too.
Yeah, so I'd encourage people, number one, there's a sticker on almost every quad bike, especially the working bikes. So we're talking about a quad working bike here, and generally it's at least 16 years of age. They're different weights, so depending on the weight and the size of that, there'll be a different ask from the manufacturer. So we'd always say read the manufacturer's instructions, number one, to understand what the ask is in relation to that quad, who can operate it. And again, in relation to any machine, younger people who haven't been trained or who are inexperienced are at higher risk. And as well, we probably see people that aren't physically mobile and agile would also be at high risk. But training is really, really key. People who are well trained can do fantastic things with a quad. If you don't have that training, you won't have the understanding of how to manoeuvre that quad safely.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to a respect as well. I mean, when we're talking about quads or any of the large machinery that we have on our farms, you know, these are working vehicles, as you rightly said, and they need to be respected as such.
Yeah, and I think there's a simple thing that people can do. If you have a quad, number one, obviously you need to have a helmet, but when you're finished, you know, operating your quad, leave your helmet over where the key goes in. Take the key out of the ignition, so not just anybody can run over and start up that quad. And that means every time you go to your quad, you're going to pick up that helmet and put it on because it's there in front of you. If you have to go look for it, you may not. You know, we have to make safety easy and practical for people as well. So I suppose, you know, planning your work and what you're going to do is really important from that perspective.
Yeah.
There's also other options, I suppose. It's not just about the quad. Obviously, people can get gaiters. Gaiters, maybe they have different functions. They're larger, they cost a bit more. They're probably safer than what a quad is, but maybe not as agile. They can't do as many functions as what maybe a quad can do.
Yeah, but they're here to stay on our farms, Kieran, and it's going to be a feature. As you rightly said, labour's become an issue. Some farmers are very time poor. They need this help. They can't, you know, the walk down to the cows. It could be a luxury sometimes.
Yeah, and I must say, actually, walking's great as well, because physical health. The farmers often don't look after their own health. They assume just because we're out in the air we're healthy. That's not necessarily true. So that walk is really important. But yeah, it can allow you to get around your farm very, very quickly, herd animals, see what's going on. They're definitely here to stay. They are fantastic aid. They save time. They can save labour. They make farming that little bit easier. But it's just important that they're used really safely.
Yeah, so just to remind the farmers, when are these changes coming into force? What do they need to know?
Yeah, so the regulations come into force in November 2023. The key thing they need to do, they need to get training. By someone who's a registered trainer, and it needs to be at least a QQI standard or equivalent, and you need to have a quad bike helmet when you operate a quad.
Yeah, and that certification, as you said, you can look up, there's a range of companies running those courses as well.
Yeah, if you do a Google search you'll find it, but there'll be a lot more companies coming online over the number of months leading up to that period of time, because we need to have more trainers online to ensure that farmers can access that training.
Yeah. And is the idea that this training would be a once-off thing? Would there be a refresher course, or, you know, at the moment is it just one?
Yeah, in first instance, farmers to get it once, but I suppose over time, like any training, you know, refresher is important. You know, it reminds you of, you know, how to do things safely. But, you know, get the training, number one. Get familiar with your quad, how to operate it safely. It's a life skill that you'll have, and it will save lives. And it'll save people being left paraplegic, it'll save people from broken arms. It can be a game changer in relation to the fatalities that we're seeing on quads at the moment.
Absolutely, and just a reminder as well, Kieran, you mentioned that there is a quad up for grabs at the FBD stand. Tell us more about that.
That's right, so there's a quad on the FBD stand, it's a Honda quad. I encourage everyone to get over to the stand, enter the draw, and as well we've leaflets there about quad safety as well, so read those as well. We'll also have, you know, a helmet for anyone who obviously who gets a quad, because it's imperative that you helmet as well. And as well, we'd encourage dealers, you know, if you are selling a quad, you know, ask the farmer, whoever happens to be. The quad safety legislation isn't just for farms, it's for all workplaces. You know, check, does the person who's driving the quad, you know, have a helmet? If not, you know, make it available to them as an option.
Okay, well, Kieran Roach, FBD's Risk Manager, thank you so much for joining us on the Agriland stage this afternoon. We're going to take a trip back out into the field again now to join some of the exhibitors here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois.
Dr. Frank Mitloehner, a professor and air quality specialist based at UC Davis in California. Thank you very much for joining us on Agriland, Frank. First of all, Dr. Mitloehner, can I talk to you on something that you are very learned in, and that's emissions, and specifically in relation to agricultural emissions and methane. Now, I know that you have spoken on this numerous times, and you have written papers, and you have given many, many talks on this particular topic. But I suppose it's about what you determine to be methane emissions from agriculture, and how it might differ from what other people determine as the methane output from agriculture.
Well, first of all, animal agriculture is a significant source of methane. And here there are two main sources. The one is enteric emissions, and that's what particularly ruminants belch out, what's coming out at the front end. That's probably the leading one, the leading source of methane from animal agriculture. The second one is animal manure. And here the question is, how is that animal manure stored? If it's stored under anaerobic conditions, so oxygen-deprived conditions, then that manure storage can produce a significant amount of methane. Methane in general is developed under oxygen-deprived conditions, and that is the case with a ruminant animal, the digestive system, totally oxygen-deprived. That's why these microbes thrive in there and produce that gas. And it's also the case in manure storages. But thankfully, we can do something about these sources and we can reduce methane emissions. And if we do, we can turn something that's generally considered a problem into a solution.
And Dr. Mitloner, when you talk about methane emissions, I know that the calculation of methane emissions nowadays is open to interpretation, probably to a lesser extent, and there is a uniform assessment of it globally in terms of CO2 equivalent. But why do you feel that emissions from agriculture should be assessed differently?
So, in general, over the last 30 years or so, methane and nitrous oxide, another greenhouse gas, had been compared to CO2 by simply using a so-called matrix called global warming potential 100 or global warming potential 20. What these so-called global warming potentials do is they assign a factor to methane. For example, saying methane is 28 times more potent than CO2. So if you have, let's say, a farm that produces, let's just say 10 tons of methane, all you need to do is multiply the 10 tons, the 10, times this factor, which is 28. Out comes 280 tons of CO2 equivalent emissions. Now, I don't have a beef, so to say, with the fact that methane is more potent than CO2. It clearly is. But methane has other nuances to it. Namely, it is a short-lived climate pollutant, and CO2 is a long-lived climate pollutant. CO2 stays in the atmosphere for hundreds, if not 1,000 years or longer, and methane for a little over 1 decade. And that is really important to know when you want to know what the changes over time are. So, for example, if you were to run a dairy and you started that in 1980, then it's important to know what did your methane do from 1980 to 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, and what is projected to happen in 2030, 2040. Why is that important? Because methane being so short-lived, if you maintain it, and this is really important now, if you maintain methane at constant rates, then a similar amount of methane that's produced by your animals is also naturally removed by something called atmospheric removal. It is a process called hydroxyl oxidation. Okay, so methane is not just produced, methane is also naturally removed. And if you have a constant source of methane, then that constant source, and this is critical, does not add additional warming to our planet. A constant source of methane does not add additional warming to our planet. Now, if you increase methane, let's say your farm from 1980 until today has increased methane, then you have drastically increased warming. And of course, we don't want to do that. What is really important, though, is that if you manage to reduce methane, then you are putting less methane into the atmosphere than is naturally removed. And that means you now have a reduction of methane, and that causes a reduction of warming. So if we manage methane and reduce it, then we reduce warming. And that is what I'm working on with the farming industry throughout the world to achieve. Reducing methane can place animal agriculture into a position where they become part of a climate solution.
And when you mentioned there a dairy farmer who perhaps started in dairy in the early 1980s and increased the production of methane over 10, 20, 30 years, are you referring to an increase in the dairy herd that farmer may have?
It's not all about herd sizes. I hear a lot of discussion in Ireland about herd sizes, and that's largely because people who hold this discussion don't understand that methane is not just a result of a certain size herd, but how these herds are managed. You can increase herd size and still reduce methane if you manage those increasing herds well. But I'm not proposing that. I'm not saying, let's go ahead and grow herds. I'm just saying herd size is a bad predictor for emissions. A much better predictor for emissions is how those animals are managed and how the manure is managed. And so you can definitely have a constant herd and reduce emissions drastically by 20, by 30%. And if you do reduce methane by so much, then you will find, if you use the correct calculations of assessing methane over time, then you will see that you can become climate neutral. You can be net zero warming, in other words, meaning not add any additional warming to our planet. And that is achievable if you reduce methane by 20 to 30%. And that is really what we are working on very hard here in California and in other places, because then we achieve what we are all after, which is have a sector that does not add additional warming to our planet. And that should be the goal.
I will say, though, that the dairy system in California is somewhat different to the dairy system in Ireland and, predominantly meal-fed cattle in California, no?
Yeah, it is definitely different. And it is not my intent to compare the two to one another. But the reason why in the past I have offered this as an example is to show that even a dairy sector as large as ours is, and our dairies are way larger than yours. Ours are on average 2,000 dairy cows, lactating cows per farm. And we have hundreds of those, okay? So our dairy sector is way larger than yours is. But even here, we managed to drastically reduce methane, and that is certified by the state agencies. It's now enumerated, meaning farmers now receive payments for reducing methane. And we have generated a system that works. Now, is this transferable to Ireland? No, it's not. But there are elements of it that will be. For example, we are doing research on how to reduce enteric fermentation, meaning the gases that come from the front end of these animals. While we here are not able to use some of these technologies today because they are not permitted here yet, in Europe they are. And that means the Irish farmer has more options at his or her disposal than we do here. There will be multiple tools in the toolbox, most of which are overlooked, particularly by those critical of animal agriculture in Ireland. But there will be multiple tools, including genetic selection. There are animals in each kind of breed that produce less methane than their peers. Why not taking those animals and use them in select breeding? There are now efforts in certain parts of the world on using vaccines for methane. A vaccine for methane, where you inject the animal with a vaccine to reduce methane. How far that is, I don't know, but I know the New Zealanders are working very strongly on that. Then we have ways of reducing methane from animal manure. Now, your specific challenge in Ireland is that you have so much grazing or so many grazing animals. So the question is, how can we get something that's an active ingredient that reduces methane into those animals? And I think here the question is, are these dairy animals or are these beef animals? If we're talking dairy animals, the good thing about dairy animals is that they have to be milked several times a day. And when they are being milked, you could theoretically get a feed additive into them. You could just give them something that they like to nibble on and add the active ingredient that reduces methane to it. That is possible. I've seen it happening, and it could happen. And you would reduce 30% or so of methane just by doing that.
Dr. Mitloner, when you're talking there about, I suppose, tools that can be used to either reduce methane or, I suppose what you mentioned there, I think you said it was more atmospheric, but what we are looking at here in Ireland at the moment is a lot to do with carbon sequestration. And we seem to be at the very beginning stages of this at a time when time is not on our side. And while research is being done, and certainly what you've mentioned there in terms of genetic breeding to reduce emissions, that's all being done now at the moment. But I feel like we got on this roller coaster a little too late and we're trying to play catch up. So you mentioned that the Californian dairy farmers, for example, are remunerated for reducing methane. Like who funds that? Because that is something that our farm representatives have been asking for here, that if farmers have to undertake new measures to reduce methane and emissions, it will come at a cost, or else they should get credits of some sort for carbon sequestration.
Yeah, so the first part of your question along the lines of soil carbon sequestration, healthy soils have the ability to trap and capture about a third of human-caused carbon. And if we manage those soils correctly, that carbon stays there. The question is, at what point does sequestration taper off and not sequester additional amounts? What kind of soil types are better used than others for optimal soil carbon sequestration, and so on? There are lots of questions along the lines of soil carbon sequestration, but we know it's an important tool, one that needs to be added to our toolbox. And I think that Ireland is particularly well suited because you have so much grazing land, and by using certain grazing methods, certain also forage types and so on, you can accelerate soil carbon sequestration. Now, the second part of your question. Now, every parent listening to this will know that if you want to make changes to your kids or to anyone, you have a carrot or you have a cane approach. The carrot approach being a reward, the cane approach being a penalty. And if we apply this to agriculture, we have seen that there are several places in the world that use the cane approach. They like to use rules, regulations, fines, taxation, herd size reduction, and so on. And what happens is farmers are on the streets, farmers are upset, farmers are revolting in places like the Netherlands and other places throughout the world. In my opinion, the cane approach does not work as well. Why do I know this? I know this because we have used the so-called carrot approach here in California, where the state understands that if farmers need to reduce methane, for example, they can't do this by themselves. There has to be some kind of market incentive for farmers to do that, because otherwise it's just an added cost and it won't just happen. So the state of California has probably the most aggressive methane aspirations anywhere in the world. We have a law, SB 1383, that mandates a 40% reduction of methane that is to be achieved by the year 2030. And that's 40% less than we produced in 2013. That's our base year. At first, our farmers thought that could never be achieved, to then learn that the state of California will partner with the industry, help them put in anaerobic digesters, for example. And many dairies have done that. They have covered their lagoons so that the gases no longer go into the air. They are cleaning those gas mixtures, the so-called biogas, up. And by the way, 60% of that, 60, is methane. And then they convert that biogas into transportation fuels for heavy-duty trucks, for buses, and so on. And once it goes into those vehicles, it replaces what formerly was emissions from diesel with much fewer emissions from this much cleaner biogas derived fuel called renewable natural gas. The state of California, as a result of reducing these greenhouse gases and providing cleaner fuel, has has issued a system that's called the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Credits. And farmers who use this pathway of converting biogas from their lagoons into transportation fuels will receive those credits, and they are very significant. And as a result, there's a new gold rush going on in California where farmers are flocking to putting in this technology to reduce emissions. They're not doing this just because they want to be green, but they're doing this because they want to be in the green and stay in the green, meaning financially viable while also doing the right thing environmentally. This is the carrot approach. It works. I see it work, and that's why I'm all for it.
I suppose in Ireland, a lot of farmers would say they're taking the cane approach as opposed to the carrot approach. And there's a narrative out there at the moment that we cannot reach our emissions targets without reducing our national herd. And I know you referenced it earlier in our discussion here, but for example, our Department of Agriculture has apparently put forward recommendations. Now, indeed, they are recommendations and farm organisations have said they won't accept them, but for some sort of exit scheme for, suckler farmers, for example. And also, we have now to reach a 25% emissions reduction for the agricultural sector by 2030. The initial figure that farmers said the maximum that they would be able to do would be 2021. And they said that would not even be achievable. You know a lot about Irish agriculture, Dr. Mitloner. Do you think it's achievable that we can reach 25% reduction in emissions from agriculture by that date?
Well, so first let me tell you this. I know that there are people who are very anti foreigners to meddle with what's going on in Ireland. Okay, so first of all, let me assure you I'm not meddling with what's going on. I have been asked by the Irish Parliament, by Irish farmers, whether I could assist them in figuring out tools to reduce methane. I think that this is a very noble cause, okay? And this is what I have dedicated my whole career to. Identify, quantify emissions from the livestock sector and finding ways to reducing them. That's what I'm working on here. And because it works here in California, others have asked, can you assist us? So I have visited Ireland several times, and I have talked to numerous farmers, people actually in the field, and who have shown me what they do with respect to forage management, what they do with respect to genetic improvement. They have shown me what kind of manure systems they have, and so forth. In my opinion, it is very likely that the Irish will be able to achieve significant reductions. I would encourage the public sector to think about assisting the farming sector, because not just is that helping farmers to do what's right, but it can be done in a cost-effective way. Let me give you one example. Of all the public funds that are spent here in California to reduce methane, of all those public funds, the dairy sector gets 2% of the total. Okay, 98% go to other sectors, 2% go to the dairy sector. But this relatively small investment, these 2% of public investment funds, have achieved a 30% of methane reduction across all sectors in the state. So if you look at all sectors in California that have reduced methane, the dairy sector has a 30% share of that total reduction. So 2% of total public funds spent on methane reductions went to dairy and have achieved 30% of all those public funds supported results. And so the legislature, the agencies are looking at that and they are saying that is a great return on investment. So I just want to re-emphasize, I don't want to be viewed as meddling, but I do want to let your people know that this is not a waste of money, but it could be a very smart investment, helping farmers to do something that they, without public support, probably couldn't do that well. But with public support, I do think that these reductions would be possible. You have to think as a country as to how important this sector is to you. How important is the farming sector? Is it something that you just want to let go of partly by, let's say, shrinking herds? In my opinion, and I've mentioned that in my discussions with the Irish before, a herd size reduction is an approach that I don't think is meaningful. And the reason for this is the following. You export the vast majority of what you produce. You are a country of 4 million people producing food for 50 million people. So if I go to the supermarkets here in the United States, your butter is the number 2 butter sold in this country here. Okay. So what were to happen if you were to get rid of 30, 40, 50, I don't know how many percent, but a sizable chunk of your livestock herds? Would that mean that the demand for those products would all of a sudden just disappear? That all of a sudden people would not buy butter anymore because you don't produce it? Of course not. What would happen is that the Kerrygold that's sold right now in our supermarkets would be replaced by some other brand. And the emissions that are generated by your cows would be generated by other cows elsewhere. This is a process called leakage. If you just shove a part of your production away from your borders, somebody else will pick up the slack and replace that. And a methane molecule or a nitrous oxide molecule, they do not care where they are emitted, whether they are emitted in Ireland or in Germany or in Brazil. They will be emitted. So you don't reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reducing herd size because somebody else will pick it up, but you will lose a significant part of your industry. And you as a country have to decide whether you're willing to go that step.
Dr. Frank Mitloehner, thank you very much for joining us today. We could talk for another hour, Dr. Mitloehner. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Very interesting points and thoughts, and indeed, we will talk to you down the line again. Dr. Frank Mitloehner from UC Davis in California, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. I'm joined here on the Agriland stage by James Sutton, the President of the National Ploughing Association, Chair of the Irish Grain Growers Group, Bobby Miller, and Agriland journalist Richard Halloran, who has been walking out and about amongst the ploughing fields this afternoon as well. And I'm going to start with the ploughing, James. It's great to have not only the National Ploughing Championships, but the World Ploughing Championships happening as well this week.
Yeah, it's wonderful, Aisling. Initially, the World Ploughing was supposed to go to Russia, but we know the issues were there anyway, and we were contacted by the World Board to see if we would be able to stage the World in conjunction with our national championships, and we were delighted to take that job on, even though it entailed a lot of work, a lot of preparation, and that sort of. We're delighted to have it here.
We've got representatives from all over the world here.
All over the world here, from New Zealand, Australia, from closer to home as well. We've 28 countries here, but actually only 25 ploughing. The other 3 are here to observe and get a feel for what the championships is all about. Anyway, so day 1 of the competition is on today in stubble ground. I was out there earlier on, and some very good work being produced out there. Anyway, and so the marks from today's stubble competition will go forward to the grassland tomorrow, and combine the marks then to our world champions. Our world champions will be crowned after that.
If you're a betting man, any contenders to watch out for?
Well, I might be a little bit biased in this, but I have to say this is the 6th time that we have hosted the World Ploughing Championships here in Ireland. We've never had an Irishman being crowned world champion on home soil, but I have a feeling that it's going to happen this time round. We have John Whelan from Wexford ploughing in the reversible class, and we have Eamon Tracy from Carlow ploughing in the conventional class. And listen, I can't look beyond them, but I think they will be pushed. But I'd be confident, certainly, of crowning at least one champion here in Ireland, world champion on this occasion.
Richard, I mentioned that you were out and about on the ploughing fields this morning. What was the atmosphere like?
Tremendous. Everybody was in great form. I think everybody was particularly happy with the ground, the plots that they had been allocated, the conditions that they were ploughing in. Everybody was happy. I don't think anyone will have a complaint in terms of the final results. I mean, luck will have nothing to do with this. Skill will come to the fore. I mean, there's no other way of looking at it. But as I say, everybody's happy. The weather has just been tremendous, and it's all good. And I think I suppose the broaden that out a little bit, I mean, there's a tremendous, if you look at, I suppose, tillage in that more general sense, there's a tremendous sense of optimism, I feel, for tillage farming, crop production in Ireland. And I mean, that transformation has taken place, you could say, within 12 months.
And is that an optimism that you would share, Bobby Miller, from the Irish Grain Growers Group?
I don't know if he's as optimistic as Richard, but realistic. Look, as Richard has pointed out, the tillage sector has a lot to offer. We've reduced, in Ireland, the area has reduced by 42% in the last 40 years. But the reality is, the tillage sector has a lot to offer. This year, 2022 and 2021, have been reasonably good years for the tillage sector. We are going into a very daunting year for 2023. I'm sure we've been talking about fertilisers, they're probably the most common topic at the Plowing, the costs for 2023, and I see that 2023 is going to be a trickier year than 2022.
Has the tillage support scheme gone some way to help the sector?
For a tillage-specific farmer, it wasn't of any great use. If you have grassland, obviously, or access to grassland, yes, it is a help. But it hasn't been a great help to the tillage-specific farmer that's long-term at the game. So we're hoping for change if there's a new scheme going to be announced sooner rather than later. But other measures have come in place, like the straw incorporation measure has been very helpful to the sector.
That's been very successful.
Yes, and run very smoothly as well. And we helped put that in place, working with the Department of Agriculture. We instigated the idea in 2018 as part of the MAC curve plan to reduce emissions in this country. And tillage farming is carbon neutral already, with a little bit of tweaking, and we have a lot to offer as a sector.
Yeah, and I suppose speaking to tillage farmers, Richard, you're saying there's optimism out there, but as Bobby alluded to, inputs, it's a consideration for all sectors, particularly for people who want to have the confidence to grow and to buy fertiliser for next year.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the word confidence. Confidence brings with it I suppose, this concept of risk, and how do you manage risk? I mean, that is a major theme that has certainly been communicated to me through Teagasc, through the likes of the grain growers, individual farmers that you would be meeting here at the championships. But to pick up on the specific point that Bobby made, the fundamentals are that there are schemes now in place, bespoke schemes for the tillage sector, and they can be built upon. I mean, how many reports have there been over the past decade looking at the future for Irish tillage, all produced against the backdrop of a sector, of an industry that was going backwards? That's no longer the case. I think we've stabilised the ship. There are the first signs that we're moving forward, and I think there is at least a recognition at government level that support must be given to the sector. But I think fundamentally governments work around schemes. If there's not a scheme there, you've got a problem, because if there's no scheme, they can't allocate money or support in the way that they would wish to. Whereas the schemes are there, and as we've just heard, the scope is there and we can build on those.
Yeah. Do you think there is an appetite, Bobby, to grow that tillage area? Is that coming from any new entrants into tillage, or is it coming from existing farmers expanding?
It's coming from the realisation of the importance of the tillage sector because of the recent developments out of our control. So that's the main reason it's been driven, in my view, actually.
Yeah, and Richard, would you concur with that?
Yes, I think there is great scope. I know we've seen a 6% increase in the area of land cropped this year. The rape acreage, the oilseed rape acreage has gone up. Over the past 5 years, it's actually doubled, and the figure that I'm hearing is 20,000 hectares will have been planted out this season. That's a turnaround figure relative to where we were. But I mean, look, we've all got to be realistic. There are choppy waters ahead, but I think the fundamentals are there for the future. And I mean, I've pointed out, if you speak to a bank manager today, they'll say, where's your 5-year plan? Okay, 12 months from now, they're not interested in knowing what you'll be doing in 12 months. It's a 5-year plan at least they're looking for. And if you look at it in that context, I think there's tremendous scope.
Yeah, because farming is a business and most businesses operate more than 12 months in advance, as you said. It is a 5-year plan. Yeah, Bobby.
Yeah, just come back in there on a couple of points. With the new Common Agriculture, with a lot of information coming our way, new policy coming our way. The Common Agriculture policy here is not going to benefit the tillage sector. Since it was announced at the initial stages in 2018, we've said from day one that the tillage sector is going to be hit hardest with the convergence and the likes. So while we can be optimistic, we need more realisation that the support has to go towards the tillage sector in the likes of adding value to what we grow.
Is it too late for that now, Bobby, if we've a strategic plan gone to the EU?
Yes, in that regard, and we've been at Irish grain growers have been at the table representing tillage farmers as best we can, often a lone voice at that table. And it is too late for this Common Agricultural policy. We've got some concessions as representing tillage farmers, but from day one, the South definitely was going to be a losing streak for the tillage sector. So we're disappointed in the Common Agriculture policy. We're of other measures like the nitrates measures after being introduced. We worked hard to get changes made to that for tillage farmers because, as far as we're concerned, they were unworkable. So while there's optimism, we have to work hard as tillage farmers to represent ourselves, and that's what Irish Grain Growers Group is about, representing the tillage farmer. Because for me personally, I didn't like to be 4th, 5th and 6th on the agenda of meetings, so I want to bring tillage first and foremost.
And it's interesting that you say that, and I think, James, I'll bring you in here as well, because obviously we're at the Ploughing Championships. Ploughing is part of the tillage sector as well. And as Bobby alluded to, the whole issue of food security has come very much to the fore. And I think the general public as well has become a lot more conscious of how our food is produced, where our food is produced, and the need to domestically produce that food as well.
Yeah, oh, definitely, most definitely. I'd agree with that. And as of course, you know, that's what the Ploughing Championships, that's how it started out at the outset, is to upskill ploughmen. And the importance of good ploughing in relation to getting the maximum yields from your crops, etc. And particularly in the modern, in today's climate, where we're trying to minimise the amount of pesticides we're using, etc. So, like good ploughing, where soil is turned up to produce that seed bed for the follow-on crop, where all weed seeds and trash and maybe some pests and diseases that are harboured in the weed crop is buried to a depth that is not going to compete with the crop that you're going to sow for water, light, nutrients and space. So good ploughing is very, very important, and you know that's at the fore of everything we do here at the National Ploughing Championships, to make sure that it's an attempt to upskill our ploughmen.
Richard, we're hearing about min-till and no-till as well in terms for carbon-rich soils. What's the reaction been?
I think it depends on the part of the country that you're in and the soil type that you're working with. I know a number of farmers have looked at min-till and have gone back to a more traditional ploughing-based establishment routine. And I think it's going to evolve. I think the bottom line is, though, that the tillage sector has a tremendously positive story to tell from a carbon footprint point of view. I mean, that's fact, and I think that point has got to be taken on board. And if I could just come back, though, on one point that Bobby made about the Common Agricultural Policy, I think one of the overarching themes to this new regime that we're looking into is the fact that there is more national flexibility allowed, and we've seen evidence of that over the past 12 months, and I think we'll see more of that. And I would suggest strongly that there is scope to go to Agriculture House to talk to the Minister and get real change, or changes made that are more amenable to tillage farming. I wouldn't give up the ghost there at all. I think there is scope to keep campaigning for real change that's meaningful.
Yeah, and Bobby, in terms of that proposal on carbon-rich soils, what are members saying back to you at the moment about that?
Carbon, we are learning about carbon, the benefits of it. Soil is our key asset, and we're focusing back on soil again. We probably sort of lost touch of how important our soil is James alluded to there, the importance of ploughing your soil as a part of your integrated pest management system.
And a huge amount of work going on in Teagasc in research into our soils, into the emissions that they can capture and also, I suppose, emit as well.
Yeah, the role of that tillage has for climate change is very important. I incorporate straw in my own soil at home that locks in carbon. The methods how I farm will add to that scenario as well. The types of fertiliser I use, importation of slurry. We are back focused again on our soils. We actually have a very good discussion on tomorrow morning in our site, our tent, at 11 a.m. with 2 experts in their fields on soil. What is in our soils is phenomenal. In the hand of soil, the amount of life that's in that soil is phenomenal. And in some ways we're re-educating ourselves as tillage farmers, as all farmers are, the importance of our soil and the role it can play on climate change. We lock in carbon into our soils, everyone is a winner.
Well, it's the building blocks of everything we do is the soil, and also the building blocks, and I mentioned it earlier, younger entrants into tillage. Is there an appetite for new blood into the tillage sector at the moment? Obviously we see people of all ages out in the ploughing fields today, but...
Money talks at the end of the day, and we have a very successful dairy industry here, and if you're a young farmer starting out, you're going to have to follow the money, and family farms are going to have to follow the money. But the tillage sector has a lot to offer, a huge amount to offer. We have a very big drinks industry in this country that needs support from farmer level right up to the very top of the industry. We export phenomenally valuable drinks into this across the globe, just as big as the dairy sector, the beef sector. Like we are well known for our drink in this country, a very big area. A lot of research going on there. We actually involved in a project there called Dabbing with the Teagasc led. We're all in the drinks industry are coming together to coordinate to make it more successful from the farmer to the end user. And there's a lot of positive stuff going on in the tillage sector, a lot of very good research going on, which will benefit the tillage sector. But we do need people to come on board, educate themselves on the tillage, especially. That's one thing I find when I'm at meetings, the amount of people don't understand tillage. And that's, as a tillage farmer, that's our problem to address, as well as like being here today, is we're trying to make it.
Teddy Punch about that just a short while ago from the ICSA about farmers telling their own stories and making sure that the public know what goes on inside in the field or inside the farm gate.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a disconnect there that we'd like to reconnect with. It's a lot of information coming towards farmers that we'd like to portray.
James, something, an event like this is a prime example of a way to bridge that gap between the urban and the rural. And even there's people who live in rural Ireland who would have no idea what's going on inside a farm gate.
Yeah, without doubt, and coming to the Ploughing Championships, I suppose it's part of a learning process for those people. And I know I'm based up in North County Dublin there, but I know from a lot of the secondary schools who would pay visits down here on their gap year, and there's so much information available to them here. They're working on projects on biodiversity and soil structures and all that sort of thing. And there's a huge amount of all the government departments are represented here. There's a huge amount of information to be gathered here, and to gain a greater awareness of what's required, for the farmer to continue growing his crops and producing food in a sustainable way.
Richard, I suppose as we're going to wrap this up, I suppose in terms of growing that tillage area, Bobby was saying it's schemes, money talks. We need the incentives for farmers to have the confidence to grow their operations and to expand.
Absolutely, yeah. And you need government buy-in.
Is that there at the moment, do you think, or has that come as a result of the war?
It's slowly coming through, yeah. I think certainly the war in Ukraine, let's be honest, food security is now an issue that wasn't there 6, maybe 7 months ago. And tillage is totally embedded within that scenario. So my view would be, as the President has already told us, Ireland is home to some of the best ploughmen in the world. There's no doubt that Ireland is also home to some of the best tillage farmers in the world. Just look at the yields that we get year in, year out. We're top of the class, certainly in a European context. The tillage guys, they're all top men. They will grow their businesses. I have no doubt about that, and I think crop production can look forward to a very positive future.
Bobby, before I finish up, in terms of fertiliser, what do you want to see the government do? Obviously, huge concerns out there about the price of fertiliser going into 2023. Doesn't look like it's going down anytime soon.
Yeah, currently all suggestions are that prices are going to remain very high. I think government should support the farmer at a farm gate level, not perhaps the fertiliser purchasing, but at farm gate level. How they can instigate that, I'm not 100% sure, but they definitely need to put a little bit of confidence into 2023 for us, and to have an opportunity now in this budget to do something for us in that regard. Fertiliser is the biggest conversation piece here. I'm going to jump back into little bit of the conversation there. We're talking about youth, gender balance. Tillage is very poor in gender balance, and we'd like to address that as well. The ladies in this industry are equally capable. They're often the backbone of the tillage sector when it comes to the finance, the running. The amount of red tape that's involved in tillage is getting bigger and bigger, and I believe that the ladies in this industry should come more forward.
James, I'll come back to yourself finally. The sun is shining outside here in Ratheniska, but there's a bit of rain on the way. The advice for tomorrow: bring the wellies if you're coming.
It looks as though it's heading our way anyway, and the final day of the World is going to be on grassland, and some of our competitions tomorrow on grassland as well. But yeah, pack the wet gear. Make sure you plan for all eventualities. I don't know, maybe it's not going to be as bad as what was first thought early on in the week anyway, but come prepared. And I think most people who come to our championships do come prepared, because we tend to get all sorts of weathers. But look, it's great to get the first 2 days dry, for people getting in to the car parks and getting out in the evenings, and the car parks are in good order. And we take a day's rain on the last day. Look, it's coming our way, so we'll take it and we'll deal with that.
Myself and Richard are going to put the Child of Prague out now before we leave this evening. Excellent. Well, James Sutton, the President of the National Ploughing Association, Bobby Miller, Chair of the Irish Grain Growers Group, and my colleague and journalist here as well with Agriland, Richard Halloran, thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream. And that wraps up our live stream here today from the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska. Don't forget to log on to agriland.ie for all of the latest news from the championships, and we'll be back with you here on the Agriland stage from midday tomorrow. I hope you will join us then to meet more guests, and we'll bring you more of a flavour of the atmosphere from around the site here in Ratheniska.